This is Josiah Plays Dungeons & Dragons, the 77 Serpentine Spheres of Slitherius Searingscale campaign. And I have my players here, Super Bagel 101, Andrew L., Sam, Cydo Optionum, and Nox Moo, here to play some D&D. Everything for this campaign is random. The characters are random, the adventure's random, everything's random. And we're gonna have some fun here. So, okay, gentlemen. So here's the deal. In this world, it is known that there are these strange, mysterious spheres. Giant spheres of metal that simply appear in random places in the land. And then they disappear sometime later, and nobody knows why. They only know that they were created by an ancient archmage by the name of Slitherius Searingscale. Made a name that's too hard for me to say, even. And when these spheres appear in various places, many people nearby tend to disappear and never come back. It is also said that if you were to willingly enter one of these spheres, that you can find what it is that you seek inside, whatever that may be. So many people go and try to enter the spheres in search of some goal, some quest, some answer, and most of them are never seen again. Those who have come back, that have actually been inside one of the spheres and returned, have spoken of twisting hallways and confusing labyrinths filled with monsters and traps, deadly. And that is why most never return. But a few have said that they have gone into one of these spheres and actually found that which they were seeking. So, a group of enterprising individuals, realizing that the spheres worked in this way, decided to start up a guild. A guild which would hire adventurers to willingly journey into these serpentine spheres on behalf of clients who needed a certain thing done, knowing that if they ventured in, they could find the thing within the sphere and hopefully return safely. And then everyone would get paid. And what could possibly go wrong? So, each of you have been recruited by this guild, the Sphere Hunters, and you've been told to meet at a certain location. When you arrive, you see there is one of these enormous spheres here, made of some unknown shiny metallic substance. And your client is camped out there next to it. So, you've all met up at the appropriate time when you were told to get there, and you're all there now. So, why don't you... We'll take turns here. Why don't you introduce your characters to one another, tell everybody what they see, and let your character introduce him or herself to the group. We'll start with you, Bagel.
Alright. I am Elythra. I come from Sadness Forest, and it was just so wretched there. I just couldn't stay any longer. I was sad and sad. There wasn't much but sadness. And when I left, I brought my trusty companion, this hyena dog thing.
What's your companion's name?
Shoot.
Shoot.
Okay.
That's a great name for a hyena.
Yes, seeing that I'm a ranger and I don't have a bow, I needed to have the remembrance that I'm a ranger. His name is Shoot.
His Sadness Force is the worst, can confirm, John.
I'm not good at sexing it.
It's rough.
Nature.
I've spent some time there myself.
But yeah, I'm pretty normal. Dragonborn into a sad forest, into a sad family. So now I'm always happy. Yay.
Alright, that's great. How about you, Andrew?
Well, I, Norian Sandtracker, the gnome druid who apparently spent a large portion of my career out at sea as a sailor. I mostly just spend my days plotting vengeance on those who murdered my captain and crewmates and left me to die. So I, unlike most cheerful, bright, happy gnomes, am a bit more cynical and going out to seek vengeance.
Seeking vengeance. Okay. Cheerfully, though. Sam?
I'm Gracelia Beestinger, a halfling fighter. I got dark brownish skin and a little bit lighter brownish eyes, with wavy and silky white hair.
Silky. Nice.
I'm wearing dark green and violet robes. Kinda plain, but well-fitting.
What does your character have to say for herself as she introduces herself to the group?
I've always been a quite cheery young lady, and I have a favor for games, especially if you are willing to bet money on it.
Okay. Go on.
I came to adventuring to make money to support my son who's living in an orphanage after his father disappeared.
Sounds like a good cause. Alright, we've got quite a cheerful and optimistic group here so far. Nox?
Well, I'm more love short-tankered. Suppose you could say I'm a bit cheerful as well. I like to help people out when I can, especially when I consider you part of my family or good friends, all that kind of stuff. And might be a little bit impetuous at times. I don't have that much patience. Sometimes, if you really tick me off, I might have to go for the blade, that kind of stuff. But you give me a little bit of ale, I'm your best friend, that kind of stuff. And I love the color blue. Blue is amazing. Reminds me of nature, where I came from with the wolves and out in the lands and all that kind of stuff.
Nature and wolves, alright. Also, you might want to take note that this woman reminds you of a dashing cheetah, according to the character sheet. Whatever that means.
Yeah, I like to just run with the wolf, but I feel more cheetah-like.
Cheer overload in this group. I know, right, Jen? This is the cheeriest group of all time. I think your unofficial group name has got to be the Glee Squad.
I don't know. I'm pretty happy.
Alright, now here's Sido's. Since he can't read it himself, I'll read his out loud for him. I am Thuraga Spiritforged, a dwarven bard who once stood among the many-clawed scourge. Who among they I learned to love the wild world. Lost my mountain home was when fiends from parts unknown did strike. And I swore then they would suffer for their crimes. In my time I've seen much, as my glorious robes which drape my tall, dark frame attest. Your robes attest to how much you've seen? Those are some very specific robes. I also have issues with soap. It's a tribal thing. Nice. And you play the bagpipes. You stitch in your adventures? Oh, you stitch in your adventures into the robes. Oh, that's awesome. Thuraga is an outlander, which is the same as Marlov. They're both outlanders. So you have a shared background there. Also has droopy eyes the color of black coffee. So that's always good to keep in mind. Those black coffee eyes. Was she also a tribal marauder? I don't think so. No, she was a bounty hunter. Alright, so you've all gotten to know each other a little bit. You know who your companions shall be. Do any of you want to say anything else to the others before you go to meet your client?
I would greet my companions and wish for a good hunt and safe fighting.
Is everybody here female? Just so I know.
Everybody except the gnome.
Yes,
It's four women and a gnome male.
But when I shift animals, I often go into female forms, just to blend in with the group better.
That sucks.
Nice, you're very gender fluid in that way, as well as species fluid. Quite a range of races as well. We've got a dragonborn, I think 2 halflings? A dragonborn, 2 halflings, a dwarf, and a gnome. So quite a few short people in the group. And then you've got that one hulking dragonborn, who's probably twice as tall as everyone else in the group.
I feel like that makes me an easy target.
Yeah, probably does. And you've got a light hammer, just waiting to be used. Okay. Any more conversation you guys want to have with each other, go ahead and do it. Or if you're all done, let me know.
I'm done.
What was the name of the other halfling fighter again? I didn't get that.
More love.
Yeah, lots of strong female characters here, Jen. Keep in mind, Jen, these characters were all randomly generated. None of them designed their own characters,
and Sam,
so they're
what was
having
your character
to
name again?
they're having to make
Furia.
sense of a character that was just
call me
given to
Grace
them
for short.
and just
Sounds
make
good.
it worse. So make it work. So you know, these characters are new to them as well, so of course it's going to be a little bit of a adjustment period. Alright, you see waiting for you over beside a rather fancy-looking tent. A very large and opulent tent. And you see a fine horse standing next to it. Finely accoutrement. That's not a word. But anyway, the horse is bedecked with finery. You see an elf. An elven gentleman with silvery hair. His robes look extremely expensive. They're silken and very heavily embroidered. And he's standing there looking very impatient as he waits for you. So what do you do?
We approach him, and I would say, so you must be our contacts.
Alright, now I haven't put the voices to the characters yet. That was Sam, right?
Yep.
Our fearless dwarven leader.
No, that's the
Actually,
halfling fighter.
I'm a halfling.
Oh,
Okay, so
I
you
got
just-
that mixed up.
You walked up and
Somebody
said, alright. He kind of looks
I
at
turn
you.
around and say,
Go ahead.
did somebody else want to introduce us?
I think it's you. I think you're the one that took the initiative, so you're the de facto spokesman at this point.
So
All
I
right.
turn around to him and smile big and say, yes, you must be our contact and I'm your contact.
Alright, he looks at you sort of distastefully. He kind of takes a step back and eyes you over, and he kind of looks at the others as they're approaching as well, and you see him sort of brush something off of his robes as though he fears that something has gotten on him in mere proximity to you. And he tries to conceal a look of disdain, but he's unable to conceal it, obviously, because he seems pretty snobbish. He says, "Oh, you're the ones that have been sent to undertake my quest. Wonderful.
So it seems. My name is Gracefuria. How can we help?
I am Onar. You've probably heard of me. I am a merchant of no small reputation, and great wealth, and esteem. Then again,
Well,
in the
I've heard
circles
of
you
your
travel
wealth.
in. Oh, good. Well, let's get right down to it then. You look like a motley crew, although I suppose you shall be capable enough. I've heard good things about your guild, so I imagine they wouldn't have sent complete incompetence to me. This is... Go ahead.
Take it away, Sam.
Well, they wouldn't have gotten complete incompetent to pay us.
If you question
Yes.
our abilities, we don't need this job. We have hundreds of others. We can continue to move on, or go back to our old jobs raiding at sea, and I'll take your merchant ships as I used to.
Okay, I have a question for you. Are you bluffing, or are you sincere when you say that?
Personally, I'm sincere, though I can't speak for the rest of the group.
Alright, make a persuasion check.
Is that just a 20?
Yeah, it's a d20 plus whatever your persuasion bonus is that's on your character sheet. Which character are you?
This is for Nori and the gnome.
Okay.
So I've got +1 persuasion and rolled a 15.
His eyebrows lift a little bit in surprise, and he kind of takes a closer look at you. Seems to reevaluate you. Says, very well then. I see that I have misjudged your mettle. I do apologize. I do very much wish you to undertake this task for me, as I do not have other options, and time is of the essence. Perhaps I should tell you what it is that I need.
Please proceed.
There were, in this area, before the coming of this infernal sphere... He looks at the sphere and sort of sneers at it disdainfully. I don't know why these things appear, but it has greatly inconvenienced me. I had come to explore the ruins of a place called Kurdu's Hold. These ruins were here in this area, and they have now been subsumed inside this sphere, as far as I can tell. In the ruins of a great throne room, you will find a wall with a set of runes and letters carved into the wall. I need rubbings taken of these carvings. It's of critical importance. And now I cannot do this because they are inside the sphere. And of course I cannot venture within because I am not... well, I'm not like you. Gotta have some rubbings. Gotta get
What's
them
that supposed to mean?
rubbings.
Sir?
Well, let me catch up with what Saito's been saying here. What do you mean, what is it supposed to mean? I mean, I'm not a combatant. I'm not attired for mucking about in dark and dirty places with foul creatures.
Fair enough.
And you obviously are.
Why, thank you.
Just as an FYI, Boss Pie just joined in and is successfully in Discord now.
Oh, really? Boss Pie, can you hear me?
He can hear you. Boss, do you have a mic hooked up?
No mic. Oh, man. 2 with no mic. It's broke. Alright, hold on a second. What is Saito saying? Alright, I've sung in the taverns of half the land and you heard of this fool. Gonna preface your comments with speech, accent, and meta so people know what I'm doing. Okay. That sounds good. Saito's character, Thuraga, says, "Truly, are you not a merchant? I think you used to dirty animals." And the elven merchant looks at you. Looks a bit taken aback. "I do not deal with such things. I have underlings that attend to all of the filthy details. In any case, I need these rubbings from this throne room, and I need them quickly. Does this sound like something you can handle? Can you go inside this sphere, find this ruined throne room, wherever it has placed itself within, and take rubbings of these carvings for me, and bring them back out? I have the materials that you will need to take the rubbings, of course, here, and will provide that to you."
Sounds possible enough.
Thuraga says,
That's what in
cannot be
the
that
craft?
difficult. Sorry, what'd you say?
But what's in it for us?
Well, I've already arranged payment with your guild. They're going to pay you whatever it is they pay you. I'm sure they've already informed you as to what that is.
So it will be the usual rate. We accept.
Good. Thuraga says, "That horse, yours?" "Well, yes, of course that's my horse. As you can see, it is a horse of exquisite breeding." Alright, Boss Pie, do you wanna, you still wanna play, right? If so, roll 1d36 twice in the Roll20. Oh, alright. We'll try to get you in the next time, maybe, or whatever. Raga says, "I was just thinking it might be a mighty fine gift to ensure swift completion of our task." "Ha! You speak ridiculous words, sir, or madam. With your kind, it is sometimes hard to tell the difference." He wrinkles his nose at you. "And, truly, you smell worse than the horse." In any case, I need you to enter this sphere, find the throne room, Take the rubbings and get back out alive. Give them to me. You'll be well rewarded by your guild. Everyone will be happy. Does this sound like something you can handle? But no, under no circumstances will I be giving anyone my horse.
Yes, sounds like something we can handle, sir. With a big smile on my face.
Does anybody else say anything to this guy?
Yeah, sure. Let me just finish this tankard of ale first and we'll get going.
Of course. I shouldn't be surprised.
You, sir, are quite a rude character.
I can afford to be rude. I have earned my place in this world, and I need no longer speak in false politeness to those who are beneath me.
Just because we may be shorter than you doesn't mean we can't bring you down to our level with a quick chop of our axes and swords.
Oh,
Or my light hammer.
you threaten me now? Indeed, your guild does employ some rough characters. I suppose this is what I should have expected, but I simply thought you would have some better social graces.
That's not what we're employed for.
Make an intimidation roll.
Is that at me?
Yeah, that's you, Andrew.
Andrew's getting all the lucky rolling opportunities.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Saito roll something too, but he left for a second. Do you have a no? You don't have any bonus to it?
So, is it only if it's checked next to it? Because it says +1, but I'm not. I only have 4 of these with check boxes next to them.
The checks means you're proficient in it.
Yeah,
Okay.
the mark next to it means you're proficient, but the bonus that's listed for each one is still what you have, regardless of whether you're proficient in it or not.
Then it is +1.
Okay. He takes a step back from you, frowns. That sort of savagery will not be required here, sir, or... Yeah, you're the only one he can call sir. Perhaps I have been a bit lacking in social graces myself. I apologize.
Apology accepted. Now let's get to business.
Yup.
Good. I will be out here waiting. Best of luck to you, I suppose. May the gods smile upon your endeavor.
Thank you.
Wonder if Saito back yet? Probably not. So, you've been told that all you need... Oh, Saito is back. Saito O is typing. Everyone is sitting here waiting with great anticipation to see what he's typing. You got called to deal with lab stuff? No problem. These things happen. Are you now uncalled? Are you uncalled for? Jen wants you to make him give you the horse. I mean, technically, you guys could roll this guy if you want, but... You think the guild that you're employed by would highly frown on that, as with the law.
More concerned about the guild than the law.
Same.
But either way, we'll let it stand and just get on with it.
Okay, so you were told by your guild, because none of you have actually entered one of these spheres before, you were told that all you need to do is walk up to it, stand next to each other, place your hands on the outside of the sphere, and simply will yourself inside, and you will appear inside. But they also told you that when you do so, all of your possessions will disappear. They will not travel into the sphere with you. But people report that when they enter the sphere, there is a bundle of new possessions inside for them. That's actually the equipment that you have right now on your character sheet is the equipment that you're going to have after you enter the sphere. Whatever real gear your character actually would have had is what's going to disappear.
Sounds good.
Alright, Saito, we'll do that. I'll just play your character when you're not here. Yeah, it still exists outside the sphere. They also gave you a small pouch, however. And they told you that this pouch and its contents are the only thing that is able to actually enter the sphere and not be teleported outside. And inside they gave you 2 gifts which fill this pouch. One is a folded parchment, which when unfolded creates a map of wherever it is that you are. And as you move through an area, it automatically draws a map on this map for you. So it's a magical map, essentially. And the other item is a folded piece of velvety black fabric, which can be unfolded to a great size into a round circle, wow, as opposed to an unround circle, into a round circle approximately 10 feet in diameter, which when placed upon a flat surface creates a large hole, a 10-foot deep hole, which you can place anything you want inside, and then you can simply pick up the cloth and fold it back up, and it weighs nothing.
Is there room in this pouch to shove any additional items that we have on our person currently?
Can we just drop our personal items into the hole?
No, they told you that if anything you put in the hole, when you take it into the sphere, will also be removed.
So these tracing materials, are we supposed to be able to get them inside, or are those already inside with the supplies? Or can we stuff those in the bag?
Actually, that's a good question. It's something that your employer obviously hasn't thought about.
Okay, is our employer still standing there?
Yeah, he's standing there. Yeah.
Then I would like to ask him and say, how do you expect us to take these materials inside? What you've supplied is insufficient, and we will not be able to get these in. Either we will need to improvise inside, or you must assist us with getting more materials in there.
Oh, I didn't think of that. Blast! So you won't be able to take these things inside. Well, no matter. Whatever you have at hand while you are inside... I mean, the ideal would be to take perfect rubbings with these papers and such that I have here, and this charcoal, but if you can't take those inside, you'll have to just make do with whatever you have. Anything you can use to copy down the carvings. Do it as accurately as you can.
Do you know what level of detail these carvings contain? Is it text? Is it images?
It is said to be a prophecy written in an ancient language.
And do you have any idea how long this prophecy is?
No, I do not know. It is said to cover one wall of the inside of this throne room. I'm sure you'll figure something out.
Well, it wouldn't be an adventure if we didn't have to figure some things out. Let's get on with it, team.
Let's go.
Alright, Thuraga says, "A thought, comrades! If our supplies may be reproduced inside the sphere, what of ourselves? Could we meet our doubles, mayhap? Fear not, lads and lasses. The stone cunning of the dwarves is such that we have ways to make such tracings." Nice. You have ways. Anybody have Arcana as one of your proficient skills?
Yes, I do.
Alright, make an Arcana roll.
Is there any bonus for being proficient?
Well, that bonus is already factored into whatever plus is listed there. The plus that's listed there takes into account the relevant modifier for the attribute, as well as your proficiency modifier if there is one.
Okay, sounds good.
Like, you have a +2. The reason you have a +2 is because you have a +0 from your intelligence. And then you have +2 for being proficient. So that comes up to a total. If your intelligence was higher, your Arcana bonus would be higher.
Okay, I see how it all works now.
Okay, you figure that with a little magical tinkering, you might be able to repurpose this magical map that you have to reproduce the carvings on the wall.
Excellent. Well, if no one has any other items outside here, I say we begin our adventure and get hands-on.
Oh, wait. There is one little detail that I forgot to mention, but it is very important.
Of course there is.
And
No,
what is
Boss
that?
Pie, Noxus talked. Noxus talked a few times. The throne room itself has a curse upon it. Well, you're not going to like this, but to put it to you plainly, you may not bring any weapons into the throne room.
Awesome.
Well, for me, I need no weapons as my animal forms can do my fighting.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. I'm glad you can tap into your bestial nature in such a way, but it's very important. If any of you take a weapon inside the confines of the throne room itself, which should be fairly obvious to you where it is, I mean, it will be opulent ancient ruins. You will activate a curse which will be most harmful to not only you, but also me and my bloodline. So,
Bragas has something to say there.
if you have any fighting that you need to do, you'll have to do it outside of that room. Or do it entirely without weapons, either one. Oh yeah, Thuraga says, "Ah, so you wait until a bargain be struck before fully revealing the terms!" Well, in fairness, actually, I've already made the bargain with your guild. I'm just here to brief you on what you need to do. Your guild has already agreed to the terms with me, and then they sent you here. So there's not truly a bargain being made between you and I, anyway. Yeah, but if they snipe through the door, they'll be shooting arrows into the room, and an arrow entering the room would be bad.
The dome?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you anticipate the need for weapons and much conflict inside the dome?
Oh, I have no idea. But reportedly, this sphere is full of all sorts of nasty and filthy things that wish to harm you, so it stands to reason that some of those things may be in the area of the throne room, wherever it is. Just make sure you don't take any weapons in there. Trust me.
Fair enough.
It will be a disaster for you if you do.
Any final warnings before we enter our dome?
No, I think that will do it. The Raga says, Ponzi merchants! You cannot trust them! You can trust us to do what is best for our business. I have told you everything you need to know. Hey, Aaron Lore, how you doing? Good to see you again. I'm using Discord. It's actually kind of working well. Aaron Lore is the one that showed me how to use Discord.
We do not need to trust them as long as they've got our gold.
The Raga says aside to the company, Be careful, lads. I'm no fiends, and methinks we be dealing with one.
I guess we'll keep an eye out on them.
Okay, are you going to enter the sphere?
I
I'm
walked
doing
over
good,
to
Aaron
the
Lore,
sphere
thanks.
and looked at my comrades. Ready when you are.
Let's do this.
I'm in.
Okay, great. So, a couple things to tell you. One is, you all actually have a little more experience points than it lists on your sheet. The 900 is what everybody started with, but I'm giving you the XP that was earned by the test group, as well as the party treasure. You have a party treasure fund of 278 gold, as well as what you all individually have. And you all have 1225 XP starting out, plus I'm now giving you 225 additional experience points each for the role-playing that you just did.
What do we start with?
Yeah,
So you're all at 1450 now. XP. I mean, I'm keeping track of that, so you don't necessarily have to, but if you want to know for your own personal reference.
I'm just keeping track of it on a paper, so just so I know.
So, you all place your hands on the sphere and will yourselves inside. As you do so, the Raga says, For glory! If you weren't lawful, you would have stolen that horse. Or where would you have taken it?
Steal it for the ride over, just to rub it in the elf's face. He can have it back later, just to let him know that, you know, we can take it.
That guy was an asshole, I agree with you. Alright, everything goes black. All of you are floating in what seems to be an infinite dark void for an indeterminate amount of time. It feels like eternity. It feels like only a moment. It feels like both at once, somehow. And then you come
Feels like
to...
being in the forest.
It feels like what in the forest?
My life.
Yeah.
Dark. Sad. Forever.
It's not a menacing darkness. It's simply a lack of anything.
AKA my life.
And then you come to. Each of you are standing in a 20-foot wide by 20 foot high stone, or seemingly stone, corridor at a dead end. The walls are of a reddish stone, or at least they look reddish in the light, and appear to be sort of wet, as some sort of substance is oozing slowly out of the walls. Some sort of syrupy substance. Inset into small niches every 20 feet along these walls are small candles which burn continuously without seeming to melt or shed any wax. So they seem to be magical in nature, and they burn with a dim red light, which shines upon the walls, making them look very red. The floor is very smooth, polished flagstone, and the ceiling appears to be the same. All of your possessions that you had before have vanished beyond that one small pouch, and before each of you sits a bundle of equipment, which are the things that are already listed on your character sheets. Of course, you guys can trade stuff between each other if you want to. If some of you have things that would be more suitable for someone else that you're not going to use, you may wish to trade some things, or you might not want to trade some things. It's up to you.
So, guys, I got screwed over for me being a ranger. Does anybody have a bow?
Thuraga says, "Oh, hell, it's like being drunk in the tunnels again. I'm going to open my eyes now and pray I still have me clothes." You don't still have your clothes. Some clothes are there for you that seem to be sized appropriately for you. All of the clothes that appear seem to be exactly your size.
Yeah, sorry, I've only got melee weapons.
Some of you have some funny clothes, like Thuraga has costume clothes, so you can decide what the nature of that costume is. And of course, some of you have armor, some of you do not.
Is scale mail considered medium?
Scale mail is medium armor, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a sling if that helps someone out.
It's a costume of you, Aaron Lore? Aaron Lore in the chat suggests that your costume is a costume of him. I don't know what a costume of Aaron Lore would look like, but... Crossbow! Damn, it really is like being drunk in the tunnels. It's MC Hammer Pants and a tunic. Nice. Can't touch this.
Are you willing to give up your crossbows, Greedo? Remember his name? Yes.
Do you know how to use it?
I do.
It's a hand crossbow. Who was it that was asking for the crossbow?
Elythra.
Oh yeah, you definitely know how to use... You know how to use all weapons, essentially, as a ranger. Fine, it's not even really my crossbow. None of these things are really ours. That's true. They aren't.
He's getting very deep.
Although you have been told that although people can't bring things into the spheres, apparently people have left and taken things out of the spheres that they found within. So you might be able to keep this stuff when you leave, one way or another. So what are you guys doing? Can you all see the little bit of map right there? If you can't, scroll around in Roll20 until you can see it. There's a very small amount of map there, and you should see a torch. That torch represents your party, where you are. Each one of those large squares is a 20 by 20 foot area, which means each one of the little tiny squares inside there is a 10 foot by 10 foot area. So one of those squares all of you can fit inside one of those squares easily, because it's a 20 by 20 area. That's pretty big. And the ceiling is also 20 feet high. As far as lighting goes, there are, like I said, small magical red candles every 20 feet, but they don't shed very bright light, and there are areas of darkness in between each of the candles. So if you don't have dark vision, your visibility in here is fairly poor.
Do you know off the top of your head if Dragonborns have them?
I don't think so. It would say so on your character sheet. No, you don't have dark vision.
Yeah, I just found it in the player handbook.
Halflings don't have dark vision either. The gnome has dark vision, and the dwarf has dark vision. So you can see 60 feet. You can see in the dim light areas as though it was bright light, and then in the dark areas as though it was dimly lit. But everyone else can't see very well at all unless you guys use some sort of light source of your own.
So if everyone has all their belongings, let's get moving.
Would anyone like to lick the walls? Something kind of syrupy looking is oozing out of them.
You know, I'm not the type for licking walls.
Alright.
Saito did say in chat that he'd like to see if he can glean anything about the sphere if the walls are stone.
Alright, so you want to examine the walls and see what you can determine about them. You can make a perception check or an investigation check. Oh yeah, you have amazing skill bonuses as well on that character. Looks like your perception is better than your investigation. It's +4, so... What color is the ooze? Well, in this lighting, it looks like it's red. It looks like it's very, very dark red.
Roll a d20 +4.
Yeah, or you can just roll the d20 and then add the, you know... Oh, wow. That's not the best roll you could have gotten. That's actually the opposite of the best roll you could have gotten. Bollocks! You really can't tell. The environment doesn't seem natural to you. You're not sure if any of this is actually stone or not. But you're unable to really glean any information. Especially without interacting more physically with the walls. I got nothing! Any of you spell fingers got a think thought. A think thought? Wow.
Well, as I also have dark vision and pretty good perception, would it be okay for me to take a look at it?
Yeah, I mean, what are you looking at? What are you trying to take a look at specifically? Or what kind of information are you trying to glean?
I guess just do a closer inspection, but I don't know. Saito, do you have any thoughts of what you were looking for?
With that 5, does he slip and fall into it with his torch? No, it's not that bad. Lean harder next time. Jennifer in the chat wants you to glean harder next time.
I would ask around if anyone's got a actual torch, because I can't really see anything.
Yeah, some of you have forms of illumination.
I'm
I've
gonna
got-
light candles.
Alright, Ethira has candles. Marlov has nothing.
I also have candles for future reference, but I'm
Norian
fine
has
right
candles. Grace Thyra has nothing. And Theraga, all you guys have is candles. Wow. Candles. You don't have a single torch or lantern or lamp among you. Does anybody have the light spell or the light cantrip?
Where are cantrips listed?
They'll be on the third sheet of your character sheet if you're a spellcaster. If you're not a spellcaster, you won't have anything there.
Okay, gotcha.
I do have a lamp.
Oh, do you?
A lamp and 2 flasks of oil. And some paper if we want to burn that with the candles.
Oh, you
I've
do
got
have
it
a
too.
lamp. Nice. Oh, by the way, Norian, you have an additional cantrip
Yes.
besides what's listed there. You also have Spare the Dying. I don't know why, for some reason, I didn't put that on your sheet, but you should have it.
Okay, I'll add it.
Okay,
Now,
so are
would
you...
you be so good to light this lamp so everybody can enjoy these wonderful walls?
Sure, I'll go ahead and put some oil in and go ahead and light that.
Okay. The lamp sheds a 15-foot radius of bright light and 30 more feet beyond that of dim light. So that's the first bright light that you guys have had in here. 1 flask of oil lasts for 6 hours. So that's a pretty good amount of time. You mark a dot of chalk on the ground to see if the floor is... Yeah, nothing happens. The chalk just sits there. Well, at least the stuff isn't flammable. Or at least if it is, it's not volatile. Do you want to try to light the walls on fire?
Does the ooze on the wall smell like anything?
You want to get up close to it and sniff it?
Yeah, that's sure. Maybe it smells like alcohol, perhaps.
Make a perception check. Okay. So, 2 interesting things happen here. One is when you smell the ooze on the walls, as you get your nose right up close to it, you think it smells suspiciously like blood. And Saito, when you dab a little bit of it on a piece of paper, immediately it starts sizzling and eating away the paper.
Glad none of us licked that.
Well, I wouldn't be licking that then.
This place gives me the creeps. Let's get going while we've still got oil.
You're right, Aaron Lore. It
I
could last
agree.
much longer if I don't remember.
I agree.
Okay.
It looks like
So if you guys are going to move out, my question to you now will be, what kind of order are you going to walk in? I basically want to know what each person's marching position is. It doesn't have to be really specific. Just tell me whether you're in the front of the party, the middle, or the back. Obviously, somebody has to be in the front and the back. Unless you're all just marching right side by side in a you know... You can do that, I suppose, if you want.
Well, I'd say it makes sense for either Threga or I to be in front, since we have the best visibility.
I'll take up behind the people with the best visibility. So middle.
I'm okay with going up front.
Also keep in mind your perceptions as well. Whoever's in front is going to have the best chance to notice things. And some of you are more perceptive than others.
Yeah, I should probably stay in the middle.
I'll take lead. I've got good perception and eyesight.
Okay, is that, that's Norian?
Yes.
Okay, is anybody going to be up in the front with Norian?
Yeah, I'll go
I
up in the
could go.
front.
Oh, if you want to go, yeah.
I've got the light as well, so I think it probably would make a little more sense to have that.
Yeah, we'll have the light up front with me as well. That makes sense.
Alright, who said that? I don't know exactly which characters go to which voices most of the time yet.
Marlov will be up front with the light.
Okay. And then Saito said he's going to be in the back. Everybody else is just going to kind of be in the middle, or...
Yeah, I'll stay middle. Elithro will stay in the middle.
Okay, sounds good. So you set off. Are you going to... Well, just tell me what you're doing.
Well, we're walking the direction of the hall.
Okay, what kind of pace are you walking at? Are you walking very slowly so that you can carefully look around and listen? Or are you walking at just an average walking pace? Or are you walking quickly?
I'd say I'd take off initially at an average pace, not to run headfirst into a trap, but, making good time.
Alright, so you approach the corner.
I slow down. I was going to say I would slow down around the corners just to make sure we're not jumping into anything. And take my time around bends.
Alright, so... Can you guys move that torch? You should be able to click on it and move it.
I seem unable to.
I cannot interact with that.
Okay. Well, you've moved up to the corner, and you now see there is yet another corner.
I will continue to walk at the same pace with the same level of caution until we encounter something. Or a junction.
Alright, you come to a T-junction up ahead.
Which way are we going, boss?
My rule of thumb is always hug the right wall, but I am open to suggestions. If no one has any other thing, I say let's just head to the right.
Sounds good.
Alright, so as you kind of look out here both directions, you can see...
Ah, Saito has a good call.
See if there's signs of people traveling on the ground. Alright, anybody that wants to look for signs of people traveling on the ground, go ahead and make a perception check. Or you can do investigation if you want. No, just do perception.
So Threga has advised that we should see if there's sights of people traveling on the ground. So I will do a perception check to look for indicators of other travelers. Would that be a perception check?
Yep, perception check. Since most people don't make it back, logic would seem to dictate that the less traveled route be safer.
You know what they say? Take the road less traveled.
I've heard it does make all the difference.
My map just went crazy.
So are there any signs or anything that I discover in my inspection of the paths?
You see absolutely no signs of anyone having moved through this area.
Well, Threga, thank you for the suggestion, but I feel we will continue on. To the right.
To the right!
Do you guys have a thing over on the left side of your Roll20 with like little icons that you can click on?
Yes, but since we're not in GM mode, we can't actually use them. So I have the select key activated, but it won't actually let me click on the item.
That's weird, because when I did the test session, they were able to do it. I don't know what's different this time.
Did that red square just appear on yours?
Yeah, I see a
Yeah.
red square.
And another one.
So you're able to use some of the tools.
I wonder, can you right-click it and then make it editable by us? My guess would be that you have to give us specific permissions.
Yeah, I'm trying, but Wait, I might have figured it out. Okay, try it now.
Yep, got it.
Alright, now you can move the torch yourself, then.
What increments do you want it to be moved? Do you want it based on our slowest movement?
You can just move it wherever you know, however you want, essentially. Thanks, Aaron Lore. So I'm assuming you're moving up to this corner up ahead.
Well, we can't see the corner. We've got fog on, so...
Hey, look, a corner.
Who knew that was going to be there?
Whoa, scary.
You see another junction.
Are we sticking to the right?
Sticking to the right sounds good to me, but let's walk up to the junctions. See what comes. What did you say the range of light on the torch was? Or on the lamp, excuse me.
It's 15 feet of bright light, and then 30 more feet of dim light. But dim light is like bright light for those of you that have dark vision. The problem with that is, Aaron Laura, is I've turned the grid off, and this map is not in any way lined up with the grid measurements that are already in here. So the measurements would be like completely off, and I don't know how to set it so that it would be an accurate light radius.
Saito, must you continually hum in that annoying manner?
Saito's continuously humming at a low pitch, picking out if the echoes suddenly change, which it would if something big was in the way. Just hum Mighty Do It on my... God damn it! That's not funny.
Nice.
That's kind of an inside joke. He's making fun of me, is what it really means. Alright, now you can see multiple ways you can go. So far, everything has been very quiet, and you haven't seen any signs of any other inhabitants. It's been quite peaceful, in fact.
I feel as though if we go to the left, there will be a room. Just looking at my map.
Well, I'm gonna wait and see what fog reveals, but I'm with your logic on that one.
And now you can see a door!
Aha, good call.
Should we continue on and see what is around other than just enter a room?
It is a simple wooden door.
I'm fine inspecting it first while we're here.
Is it a door or is it a jar?
It's a door, and it's not a jar. So what do you guys want to do? Who's best at finding traps, Saito asks.
What skill is that? Is that also perception?
Yeah, it's perception to notice a trap, then it's investigation to find the actual trigger of the trap itself, or the mechanism of it.
Okay, I've got +3 perception. Is anyone better than that?
Currently, based on your passive perceptions, no one's noticing anything.
I've got a +4 on perception.
Okay, so you and Saito both. So no one's seeing anything.
Nothing obvious.
Well, I walk over to the door and see if it's unlocked.
Wait, was anybody making a perception check to search the door, or not?
Okay,
Screw
Saito.
oil.
Alright, you don't notice anything unusual about the door, Saito. Anybody else? Boss Pie, it was Saito that made that joke.
Well, I wouldn't suspect a trap on a simple wooden door. Maybe we should really just look inside and see what's in there.
The door doesn't have a keyhole or anything either.
I tried turning the knob and carefully opening the door. standing to the side as I pull it open.
Okay. As you do so, there is suddenly a thunderous boom. It is incredibly loud. And the sound waves just echo and reverberate against the walls, and all of you have this ringing and pain in your ears. In addition to that, everyone within 20 feet of the door, I would assume that includes all of you at this point. Nobody's specifically hanging way back further than 20 feet away, are they?
Nope.
I guess not, no.
Are blasted by a concussive wave of force of this incredible sound. So, all of you need to make a Constitution saving throw. You should have your saving throws listed on your character sheet. They're not the same as the ability, so it's a little confusing, or it can be. You've got your ability scores along the left, and each of them has a bonus, but then you've got your saving throws on their own in a separate little box above your skills. So under Constitution, there should be a bonus there, and each of you needs to roll a d20 plus that. Not a d0, Bagel. I think you missed something there.
Sorry about that.
You're not going to make it on a D0, I can tell you that right now.
Sorry about that.
Oof.
You guys are rolling well. Oh, except for Andrew.
That makes sense. I'm the one opening the door.
Alright, do I have all the rolls? I do have all the rolls. Okay. Everyone that isn't Andrew, you're able to sort of tough it out and shrug off part of the effect. But Andrew takes the full brunt of it, and it blasts you with this concussive wave of sound, and it's pretty painful. It is, I'm not going to lie. This isn't going to be pleasant.
Is that instant damage that I take now?
Andrew, you take 15 points of thunder damage.
Oh my god.
Everyone else takes 7 points of thunder damage.
Holy shit.
And you are all deafened for 2 rounds.
Whose idea was it to open this door anyways?
Post a link to what, Boss
I
Pie?
suggested we look on and ignore the room, but no.
Wait, what did you say?
We go on, look, ignore the room until we discover everything else there is to discover around this part.
And maybe some inquisitive gnome decided, fuck it, I'll just open this door, see what's here.
Boy,
Well,
that went well.
You guys will probably search doors more carefully from now on. More than one of you can search it.
So-
You actually almost found it. You were 1 point away on your roll. Alright, so let's see. Andrew took... How much damage did I tell you you took? 15?
Yes.
So you're down to 11, and everyone else took 7?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. That happens as soon as you put any pressure on the door whatsoever. So you haven't even opened it yet. And it's made this incredible booming sound. What are you guys going to do right now?
I'd be sitting in the hallway, putting a finger in my ear and going meep, meep, meep until I get my healing again.
Yeah, none of you can hear. So Saito said something, his character said something, but you can't hear it because you're all deaf.
And as soon as I think I can hear again and sense the others can as well, I'd say, now this is a lesson to behold. You rather be more careful about doors next time.
I so agree with that.
They can't hear you asking them what to do, they're deaf. He says, "What? I think there'd be blood coming out of my ears, or is that grease from my hair?" Nice. Seta, I like the RP you've been doing with this character. You can add a point of inspiration. So now you have 2. Be better if you could actually talk, so I didn't have to voice act your character. I don't even know if that's the kind of voice you wanted for your character. I just made something up, as I always do. So, what are you guys doing?
Well, we've already blown the first booby trap, which means someone's gone to the trouble of trapping it, so there must be something of value inside, right, guys?
Is the trap still set? Do we know that it got disarmed? So I say we just ignore this for a couple of minutes.
Well,
I'd
if
like
you want
to
to
take a closer
examine the trap to see if it's disarmed or not, you can make an investigation check. Anyone who wants to can.
Yeah, I'd like to take a closer look now that I've now that I've seen the errors of my initial rush.
Another thing that can be done is a person can assist another person in doing a check. I would say for skill checks, if you want to assist somebody, you have to be proficient in it. But if you assist a person in doing a check, then the person who does the check can do it with advantage. Advantage means you get to roll 2d20 and take the higher of the 2 for your roll.
I would go assist him then and tell him to look for small wounds or something else in the doorway.
Is anyone proficient in investigation?
Oh, I'm proficient in perception, if that helps.
Perception's not what you need at this point. And in answer to your question, Saito, you have such a spell. You have Mage Hand. It's one of your cantrips. Mage Hand is basically like a very lightweight, small-range telekinesis. Mage Hand. Range is 30 feet. It creates a small spectral floating hand at a point you choose within range, which lasts for 1 minute. And you can use your action to control the hand. It can to manipulate objects, but it cannot do anything. It can't carry anything more than 10 pounds. Or exert more pressure than that. And it's a cantrip, which means you can cast it as much as you want with no limit. You basically have mind over matter. But not Grand Nexus.
Well, I say we all walk 20 feet away. Yep, I'm right there with you.
20 feet back the way we came.
Sure. I mean, it's really only to there is 20 feet away, so.
Okay, you all get 20 feet away from the door.
And Threga casts Mage Hand.
To try to open the door?
Yes.
Okay.
He
You
says
open
it's
it?
to push open the door, but if the door is a pull, this might not work.
Well, you could use Mage Hand to push it or pull it. It doesn't matter. But it is a push-open door. You push open the door. It opens. There's no more booming explosions or anything.
And what do we see inside?
So you're moving back around to look through the door?
Peering sneakily around the corner.
Alright, you see a room. And it is shaped thusly. It's about 60 feet across by 100 feet long, so it's pretty large chamber. And inside, you see a number of what looks like sort of pavilion tents have been set up, and like fancy sort of awnings. And under them, there are tables. And there are a wide variety of objects on these tables. I mean, from the distance that you're at, you can't really tell very well what the objects are, but you can tell that the tables are covered with various objects. And
Sorry,
tell me
go
if
ahead.
you guys can see this. Between you and the tables is this.
Not seeing anything yet. Oh, there we go.
That's fun.
You guys see it now, right? You guys see it now, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it is, Boss Pie. Yes, it is. That is standing there, between you and the tables, in the middle of the room. And floating around, you can just kind of see it barely behind it. It's shedding its own light, so you can notice it back there. Looks like a small floating skull that's on fire. In fact, it looks like this.
That's not okay.
It's a small floating skull, bathed in green flames, and it's floating in the air, back behind the tables, behind the large metallic hulking monstrosity.
Anyone want to charge in head first?
You know what? I'll pass. Unless if nobody else wants to.
Well, I'm at 11 health right now, so I'd rather not.
Probably shouldn't.
The large golem in the middle of the room doesn't appear to react to your presence or the door opening. It's just standing there.
Could be proximity. If we get closer, he might react.
Suddenly,
Who has the most health?
You hear a slight, very quiet sound coming from the room. You can barely hear it, but it sounds kind of like music. Odd sort of exotic sounding music, like from the desert lands to the east.
Threga's gonna make a roll. Using the Bard College knowledge.
Bard knowledge. What kind of knowledge are you trying to do here?
Would that be insight?
Like, what do you want to know? Oh, do you recognize its source, or if it's related to any legends you may know? Yeah, make a history check. I'll give you advantage on this because you are a bard, which means you actually roll 2d20 and take whichever one is better. There's actually a way to do that I mean, you don't have to do it this way. Oh, wow, that's a good roll. Just so you guys know, if you're rolling with advantage, there's a way to do it in Roll20. The way it works is, I'll just type it in chat. You type 2d20 or 2d whatever die, well, it's always going to be d20s for advantage. You type 2d20 K1, that K stands for keep, and then you can put your plus in after that, and it'll automatically roll the 2 and just keep one of them. But you don't have to use that. You can just manually roll twice, it's fine. Whatever's simpler for you. Yeah, roll one more time just to see if you get something better than that. Okay. It sounds pretty recognizable to you. Having studied the music and cultures of many different areas of the realms in your bardic college, it sounds like a fairly common sort of folk song of Zakara, which is a desert land, sort of an Arabian type culture. Sounds like something you'd hear in any small Zakaran village playing in the marketplace, or it's not. There's nothing particularly special about the song. It's not a legendary piece of music or anything. It's just common folk music.
I think I would take another look inside the room and see if there's anything really valuable for us to see or get to put ourselves in danger of a construct and undead.
Alright, suddenly the large metallic automaton comes walking toward the door, very slowly. Its heavy footfalls actually sending a slight shudder through the stone as each step rings out a booming sound. It walks up to the door and stops. It does not pass through the door. And it says,
"The great and magnificent Razavi Khorasani bids you enter."
and then it moves back out of the way.
Should we enter, guys?
Well,
Will we
as
accept?
we've been invited in, I accept the invitation.
After you.
Totally worth those 4,000 electrobees for Mart College, yeah. Well, it was distance learning. What do you expect? Uh-oh. Now we're getting ideas. Shadow's getting tactical. That's not a terrible idea.
Who has fastest movement? Is that our ranger?
I think we all have a set of 30.
I'm 25.
No, all the
Yeah,
short
no,
people only have 25. So the only one who has 30 is the Dragonborn Ranger. Yeah, that you are the fastest person.
Well, guess I'm going fast.
But what if a construct blocks your way out?
Well, then I have enough hit points to keep some of a fight going.
So, Saito, you're going to cast Longstrider on Althira?
And that skull is just bobbing around in the back still?
Yeah. It doesn't seem to be doing anything in particular, just floating. I mean, you can barely see it back there, due to A, the distance, and B, the fact that, you know, it's back behind stuff. But you can see it, and it doesn't seem to be doing anything. The room is lit by torches, by the way. So the entire room is well lit.
So, is there anything you guys want me to do while I go in there? Or just go in there and see if I die?
I'll take a look around at the objects on the tables as well.
Tharaga says, if possible, try and grab that skull. It'll look lovely as a set piece.
Tharaga, I feel like that skull is the great being the golem was talking about. I somehow think grabbing it and trying to steal away its master would rather make it upset.
You hear a very faint sound from the back of the room, and it looks like the skull might be talking, but you can't make it out. It's too quiet from this distance to hear what it's saying, if it's saying anything at all.
Well, guess I should go in there.
Is that Bob? Bob? Bob who?
After the spell gets put on me.
Okay, so that's what you guys are doing. Saito's going to cast Longstrider on the Ranger.
On Elithra. And then Elithra is going to be our initial representative who walks in and scopes it out.
Alright, so Longstrider lasts for an hour. Very nice. And your speed goes up by 10, so your speed will now be 40 feet per round, which is pretty quick.
Yes, it is.
And after that, you're going to do what exactly?
Well, I'm going to enter and start looking at the tables. Like you said, there's tables around the room.
Yeah, I mean, they're all mostly down at the southern end of the room.
Then I guess I'm heading to the southern end of the room.
Alright, I'm going to go ahead and give you an inspiration point for being brave enough to go in there by yourself first.
Okay, it is marked.
Has the
Should I
golem
get-
reacted in any way to her entering the room?
Golem's standing perfectly still.
Should I pass him the lamp before you go in?
Well, the whole...
room's fully lit.
Yeah, it's fully
right.
lit by torches, so you don't have to worry about light in there. I mean, unless the torches go out, but, you know, what can you do?
Dun dun dun.
I'm not familiar
At
with
that point,
Dresden
I'd probably
Files,
be dead.
Aaron Lore. I mean, I've heard of the Dresden Files, but I'm not familiar with it, so I didn't get the Bob reference.
Alright, well, upon seeing no immediate danger, my curiosity as a tinkering gnome gets the better of me, and I can't wait to come in and inspect the tables as well.
Okay, so as you get in there, you can see that the tables are covered with a variety of goods. Lots of different kinds of equipment, ropes and backpacks and torches and all kinds of weapons and armor, shields, clothing. And then the table directly in front of the floating skull looks like it's got more elaborate, more intricately designed and valuable items on it.
Okay,
As you approach close enough to see all of this, the floating, burning skull addresses you. Ah, finally you come in! Why did you keep me waiting, and what are your friends doing out there? Are they going to come in to the great and magnificent Razavi Khorasani's traveling emporium? Or are they going to stand outside and be rude?
Well, we apologize for their rudeness, but we are showing caution after the initial assault. Is it necessary to scare away your customers with a booby-trap door?
I did not put that on the door. It
Oh, that's
came
not
with
good.
it came with the place, so to speak.
Oh, well.
Sorry.
Guys,
So I will call out to the rest of the party that it's okay to come in, guys. Do you all come in?
I'd follow in, yeah.
Alright, so everybody comes in. Saito says, "Also, the Iron Golem is a mite less than inviting." The Skull says, "Do not be ridiculous. This is my indomitable servitor, Adamas. He is very friendly. Welcome, one and all, to the great and magnificent Rosavi Khorasani's traveling emporium. Do not worry, my indomitable servitor, Adamas, will not harm you, unless you try to harm me or try to steal. Then you will be mashed into paste."
how about we not steal, guys?
I'm keeping my eyes on Threga on this one.
Thraga says, "Well, don't want to keep a skull waiting." "Anyway, look around. Examine my wares. Everything I have, it is available. It can be purchased. You see, all normal equipment, good for adventurers like you exploring a dungeon, yes? And then here on the table before me, I have special items." And he points, and you see now that there is a small sign on the end of that table. And as you look at it, if all of you will scroll over to the right of this map, just keep scrolling until you see it. Hold on, actually, though, I have to show it to you. If you scroll over far enough, you should find what I'm looking for, what you're looking for. Should be
And
pretty
how much-
obvious when you find it.
What did you say the communal group purse was again?
It's not a lot right now. Not gonna lie to you. In addition to the 100 gold each of you personally have, there's 278 gold in the party treasure fund. So can you all see that? Oh, apparently you can move it around. Don't move it around. In addition to these items that you see listed here, he also has all standard non-magical equipment from the Player's Handbook available for sale at standard Player's Handbook prices, and that includes healing potions, regular healing potions, the 50 gold piece ones. And then he has each of these items. In one section of the table he points, well, he doesn't point actually, he doesn't have hands, but he sort of indicates with his chin. "At this end of the table, you see the deals of the day. Very, very inexpensive, considering what they are." And those items that are highlighted in red are ones that are particularly cheap for what they are. Obviously, some of these things you won't be able to afford, but this is what he's got. And you can buy, obviously, like I said, normal equipment as well, that's not magical. Whatever you might want.
Elithra, would this perhaps be a good time to purchase that bow of yours?
Also, just so you guys know, the way that I'm going to do this is every time we do this game, anything gained by the group is kept and transferred to the next group, no matter who's playing. So any experience points you guys gain everyone will get that experience the next time we play, and the next time, and the next time. Any treasure you acquire, whether it be money or magical items, will be kept in the party fund, and the next group will get to keep it, and the next group will get to keep it. You know, so anything you acquire will persist from game to game.
What if the entire party wipes stealing items from a floating skull and iron golem?
Then in that case, you will not get to keep anything. You have to actually survive.
There's a second potion of climbing under the first, but that's causing flames to turn blue. Is that labeled right?
Yes, that is labeled right, and it is intended to be a different price. That's why one of them is marked as a special deal and the other one is not. So when one of you wants to make a purchase of some kind, just let me know.
I would like to purchase... Oh boy. Whoever gets this guy after me will not be happy. But I would like to purchase a heavy crossbow and a longbow. For 100 gold.
Okay. Take note of that.
Right.
Actually, anything you buy, I mean, you get to keep it and use it right now, but anything you buy goes into the party treasure fund, which means the next time you guys play, no, even if it's different characters, that crossbow and longbow will be available for them to use.
So,
What,
as long
a
as
heavy
my
crossbow?
character doesn't... Yeah. And as long as my character doesn't die, they're pretty set up, right?
Yeah.
But if we have to leave our items outside every time, how does that work?
Well, I'll tell you. Now that you've brought the portable hole in here, anything you take out in that portable hole can be brought back in.
Fair enough.
I got a question about the spell scrolls. Can anybody use them?
No. You have to have that spell on your class's spell list to cast a spell off a scroll. Or... I don't think any... Or you have to have some kind of special class ability or something that lets you use scrolls.
Okay, do we got anybody who can work with these scrolls?
And scrolls are, of course, one-shot items. They're consumable.
I think the only caster here are Bard and the Druid.
I don't know if you guys have quite enough money, but just to tell you, that Sunblade is an incredibly powerful item. To get it for that price is incredibly...
We don't have enough
rare.
money.
I mean, even if you pooled all your money, you might not have
We're
it.
at-
But if
we
you
only
get
have
some more
7.
money, you might be able to come back here.
Oh,
if
that's
you
a
get
good
some more
point.
money, and
Fair enough.
he'll still be here.
Well, I personally don't have anything that I'm going to be immediately spending. Does anyone else have any purchases besides our ranger?
Are you going to buy some arrows and bolts as well as the...
Yeah, I should do that.
Not a bad call.
I might have to dip into the emergency funds, but... You know.
Are you gonna you're gonna ask him if he'll buy anything from you?
I mean...
Yes, I will make purchases from you, but only those things which have great value. Items of magic or gems. I will buy gems or objects of art. But I will not buy backpacks and used lanterns and the such from you.
I can lend you some money if you need to.
Well,
we can take it.
Nothing.
You can use the party fund.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as everybody agrees to it, anybody can use the party fund for whatever they want. There's 278 gold in there. Or you can use your own 100.
I
already spent that 100.
Yeah, I would start with my 100 and buy a few torches for first, and a 10-foot pole.
A 10-foot pole. That's some classic D&D business.
Does anybody know off the top of their head how much arrows cost? Or DM?
1 gold point per 20 arrows.
And for bolts?
Same, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 1 gold piece for 20. Honestly,
Says, I am a generous merchant. I will throw in 20 arrows and 20 bolts for free with the purchase of a bow or a crossbow.
Okay. Well, that solves my problems.
and just so you guys know, I'm not going to be real harsh on the ammunition. I mean, you have to, you know, if you can't shoot more than you have in one encounter, but I'm going to let you just get your ammunition back at the end of a fight. You don't have to worry about losing it. So, unless something weird happens that would specifically destroy it.
Okay.
Morlov would like to ask him if he has anything that might be able to be taken into that throne room that can get around that curse.
I do not know which curse you speak of. I know nothing about the throne room.
Are you confined to this little room?
No, of course. The great and magnificent Razavi Khorasani is confined to nothing. I travel from place to place, wherever I wish.
Saito says, how did you get here in the first place?
I have my ways. I cannot reveal all of my secrets and tricks. Not until I know you better.
Does anybody have a crowbar on them? If not, I would purchase one now.
I like this skull. He's got showmanship.
Okay, so so far we've purchased a heavy crossbow, a longbow, got some arrows and bolts thrown in. We got a 10-foot pole. You're gonna buy a crowbar?
Yeah, crowbar, a chain, I think, and 50 feet rope of hempen.
Alright, I think some of you have rope. I mean, you can still get some more, but...
I like to have everything on myself.
Okay, cool. Anything else? Anybody else want to maybe upgrade their armor to a better type of armor, or get a shield if you don't have a shield, or get a better weapon? You know, there's lots of options. Some of your starting equipment was pretty poor for your class. If you're not really sure, I can look at your character sheet and give you some advice. Like, Tharaga should definitely get better armor. Padded armor sucks. Greystyre was actually equipped reasonably well.
One more question. How many torches can I purchase at once?
As many as you can afford. As many as
Oh,
you
that
want.
would be a lot. I'll just take like 10, like a stack.
Alright, 10 torches. Done. Is anybody spending money out of the treasure fund, or are you just all spending your own money?
I can pay for my own.
You'll buy a blanket for 4 gold? Oh yeah, a blanket! A blanket has just entered the party gear fund. Or gear inventory. That will probably come in very handy. No, don't get the not the magical armor. Just some normal armor from the player's handbook.
Can druids even use shields?
Yep. You can. You have a shield. And yes, you can use it.
I have a shield and scale mail. Is that pretty decent, or would you recommend looking for an upgrade?
Alright, let me look at the armor table here and your character. Scale mail gives you 14 plus dex modifier. Your dex is terrible. So you can't use heavy armor though. All you can use is medium. So yeah, scale mail is about the best you could actually get right now. Your armor class is 13. See how it's 13/15? The 15 is if you're using your shield. The 13 is if you're not using your shield. Marlov's got splint, which is good. Marlov might consider getting a shield, because you're not using a two-handed weapon.
I'm thinking that shield would give me another +2 armor and no disadvantages.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do that.
Unless you wanted to use a two-handed weapon, but you don't have a two-handed weapon currently.
Yeah, I'll risk it and just get the shield.
Okay. Elthyra has hide armor, which is pretty okay for you. But if you went down to studded leather, you'd get more dex modifier, and you'd actually... Or if you went up to a chain shirt or scale mail, your armor class would go up.
I think I'll stick with this.
And Thraga has the worst armor you can get. Thraga should probably go up to studded leather, because you have a good dex bonus. That would actually only give you 1 more point of armor class, but... Oh yeah, and you can't use shields either as a druid, so... I mean, it's a bard. You could go up to scale mail, and that would give you like a 16 armor class, or you could go up to studded leather, and it would give you a 15. Yeah, it does. It actually does. So I'd go for studded leather. That'll give you 1 more point of AC. It's only 45 gold. Are any of you... Do any of you have something you want to try to sell? I don't think you really have anything that he would want to buy unless you want to sell healing potions. Which I wouldn't recommend. Okay, so whose armor class changed?
Marlov's increased to 20.
Alright, so both halfling fighters have 20 armor class. That's a really good armor class. Really good. Saito's went up to 15. And Norian and Elthyra didn't change their armor at all? Okay, you guys doing anything else here?
No, until we get more money. I think I'm all done here.
I'm done.
I wonder if we can just hang out in the shop if we need a rest. Not that I would really need a rest just yet, but just so we know.
Do we regain health at all with a short rest?
If you take a short rest, which only takes 5 minutes, by the way.
So we
you
basically have been taking a short rest, standing here looking at items.
Yeah, you have. You can spend hit dice at that point. You've got 3 hit dice each, and your hit die, what the actual die it is, depends on your class. It's listed on your character sheet there where it says hit dice. The way it works is you roll, however many you want to spend, you roll that die, you add your constitution modifier, and you get healed that many points. Then you get your hit dice back when you take a long rest.
Okay, I'll go ahead and roll one of my hit dice then.
And also, because the bard is here, with Song of Rest, you get a little bonus to it. You get an extra 1d6 added when you spend your hit dice.
And you said it was plus Constitution?
Yep.
I'll use a hit die.
Yeah, me too.
You're basically just playing a nice little song or singing a nice little song while y'all are resting, which helps lift everyone's spirits. It inspires them to carry on. No, they can roll their own. They can roll their own d6 when they roll their hit die.
Sorry, ignore my second 1d6. I got confused for a moment.
No, you do need you do get that extra 1d6, Andrew. You can add it to the other roll.
I just had screwed up my syntax. So okay, yeah, so 14 for me.
All right, so you healed up.
Oops, that was a d20.
You healed up to 25 and used 1 hit die, Norian?
Yes.
Alright, who else used a hit die?
I did. Elithra.
And how many hit points do you have now?
I have 25.
Okay, good. Who else?
I rolled a hit die. I got 6 health back. Back to 23 hit points now.
Okay, what about you, Noxmoo? Did you use one, or Saito? Oh.
Yes, I just rolled a 17, so I'm back to full health.
Wow, nice. You guys are rolling good on these hit dice. That bard thing really helps.
Yeah, no kidding.
No doubt.
Bards are actually pretty awesome in 5th edition. I like them a lot. And, so everybody has used a hit die except for Saito? Okay, that's fine. You don't have to.
Alright, well, great, Skull. We thank you for your shop, and we may return if we receive any more valuable items to sell, or gain more money to purchase your nice wares.
The great and magnificent Razabi Khorasani appreciates your business. My name is not Great Skull, though. However, I do appreciate you calling me great. Come back anytime when you have more money to spend, or when you have magical or shiny items to sell me.
You might as well, Saito. You have 3 of them, and I mean, you could wait though till you're more hurt, you know, because it only takes 5 minutes to get a short rest and spend one, and it takes an hour to get them back. And of course, you know, spending an hour waiting around. And by the way, he also told you that he doesn't want you resting in there. I mean, you can come in for 5 minutes or whatever, but he doesn't want you like camping out and taking a long rest in there.
Only if you are doing business. This is not an inn.
Saito says aside to group, kinda wondering where he does with that gold.
And I say, as an aside to the group, once we go outside, and don't worry, guys, if we find ourselves in trouble, we can go take a long rest, and I'll haggle with him for an hour over the cost of goods while you all rest.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure his golem would like that. If you put a blanket over a boogeyman's head, they stop believing they exist. That's kind of like the ravenous bug bladder beast of Troll from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Alright, so you guys have taken a short rest, you've healed up, some of you have bought more armor, you got some new ranged weapons that you didn't have before. And some other stuff like a 10-foot pole, a crowbar, a chain, 50-foot rope, 10 torches, a blanket. So you guys have got some stuff. Nobody else bought any other weapons?
Pardon?
It's an idea from Discworld, huh? I've never read those
three
books.
different weapons. I'm good on that.
Between my 3 different weapons in different forms, I didn't feel it was necessary, but would you advise otherwise?
For you, no, I wouldn't bother. You'll probably be mostly fighting in animal forms. Plus, you've got cantrips to attack with if you're
That's
not in
what I
animal
figured.
form.
Alright, crew. Does anyone have any directions they would like to go? Or shall we charge on straight out of this room?
Straight ahead it is.
Alright, so as you move up to there... You see that 40 feet down, looks like it comes to a dead end.
So much for that path.
Guess we're going with the original plan. Let's continue around the room.
You were told, however...
I was actually just going to do a perception check to see if there's any hidden passages.
Alright, are you gonna go all the way down to the end to check, or...
Yeah, I think we'll have, unless anyone wants to come with me, I was going to say the party would probably hang out here when they see it's a dead end, and I would walk down to check it out. Unless you want to come with me, Elytra. Or, not, sorry, Threga.
You see something strange up ahead on the floor. You can't tell what it is. It's not something very high. It's just like something small covering the floor down toward the end of the hall.
Threga's investigating. And I'm perceptioning, I guess.
He says, maybe not so much charging. I like to hear things. Alright, so you're going to move up and you're going to search for traps, essentially? Alright, as you're searching, just anybody who's searching, make a perception check. Wow, another 1. You are a natural at D&D, Saito. Another one. Well, Saito, you don't find anything.
Does anyone else want to hop in on some rolls here? We're
Andrew
Clearly not
also
finding a
did
lot.
not find anything. Is anybody... Like, who's actually moved down to the end of the hall, or has nobody moved down to the end of the hall?
I think Saito and I are looking at the end of the hall, but we're all still in this general vicinity of the torch.
Okay. I've heard that Discworld books are good. I've heard that, Aaron Lore.
Anyone?
Who wrote those books?
I guess I'll come down,
forgot.
check it out. Seeing that you guys are confused. What am I rolling? Perception or investigation?
Perception.
Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming you guys right now you're searching the area right around where the torch is. Or maybe like halfway into the next square. Wow. That's what we call pulling a Saito.
Woo, go team.
Seeing
guys
their
are
frustration.
amazing at this. The rolls are brilliant. Anybody else?
This isn't good.
Looks like you're moving up a little closer to the end of the hall there.
Oh
As
my
you do...
God. Oh my god.
Wow. Perception masters.
At this point, I feel like we just deserve to charge headfirst into whatever's waiting for us, but that's not actually an action. Just a gut reaction.
You see that the floor ahead of you, about 20 feet ahead of you, seems to be covered with a bunch of small, shiny objects. Saito's running. Oh, right, Terry Pratchett,
Marla
yeah.
will pass her
I've
the
heard of Terry
lamp
Pratchett.
over the objects to kind of see if she can see what they are.
Alright, so you're moving up close enough to do that? Alright.
Sure.
Boy.
As you get up close to the objects, you can see that they appear to be hundreds of small shards of bone. Some kind of bone. And they're all kind of glistening a little bit.
I am slowly backing away in Saito's path of retreat.
Do you want to lick the shards of bone?
Negative.
Anyone favor licking things?
Nope.
Do you want to try to eat one? Now,
Nope.
do you do anything or with these, or are you just gonna?
Well,
I'm
They're
in
shiny.
favor of walking away.
I'll walk away.
No, no one ever licks anything,
You know
but
what?
I'm always
I'll
going to
pick
give them
one
the
up,
option.
and I'm going to rub it against the wall and see what the blood does to it, or whatever that ooze is.
All right. Are you wearing gloves? What kind of armor are you wearing?
First mistake.
I've got splint armor, and I'm not seeing anything particularly applying in terms of gloves.
I would assume splint armor includes gauntlets. So you probably do have gauntlets on. Unless you specifically want to take them off before you do this. But I imagine you don't.
Nah, I think I'll pass on that option.
Alright, so as you pick it up, there's a tiny little kind of bubbling that takes place, and you can see the, like, sort of leather of the finger of your glove starting to kind of get eaten away a little bit. Very, very, very slowly. Just, you know, just barely.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and drop that then.
Okay. Like when Saito put the paper against the blood on the wall, it got eaten away very quickly. This was just like a very little bit of sort of you know, erosion that starts to happen.
I just got a pretty bad idea, and I think I might want to look closer at the wall and see if there's like an opening or a mouth that might have spit out these bones.
All right, make a perception check. Now that you're down at if you're down at the end of the hall where the bones are.
Yeah, I would close into the others.
That's fucked up, Saito.
Check the walls.
That's fucked up, Saito, wanting to use the hyena companion to see what's up. That's just evil. You don't find any kind of openings whatsoever.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Aaron Laura, if you were playing, you'd lick things? Nice. Licking will always be an option. Sure, Saito, you can use Mage Hand to, like, press on the walls or whatever. Nothing seems to happen. Whatever the substance on the walls is, it doesn't seem to affect your Mage Hand in any way.
What about mage handing the bone to the wall?
You can do that as well. Mage Hand's a pretty useful spell. There's lots of things you can do with it.
Or scatter the bones with the mage hand to see if anything's underneath.
Okay. I'm assuming you're trying to scrape one of the bone fragments against the wall with Mage Hand. If that's the case, you do so and nothing happens. It doesn't seem to react. The bone and the substance don't seem to react to each other.
Okay, that was a very pretty dead end. Can we go now?
Sure, why not?
Does anyone else have any final tries before we depart?
Does anyone wish to take off all your armor and roll around on the bone fragments?
I guess not.
Okay. Cool. Just had to ask, you know. Alright, where are you guys going? Uh-oh.
Do any of you hear a voice sometimes that suggests doing really dumb things?
It sounds like our conscience are trying to screw us over.
Why would you ask that, Boss Pie? Why wouldn't I ask that? Okay, just a second. Alright. As you come around the corner, you see something rather surprising. Rather surprising indeed. There's a whole bunch of bones, and not little bone fragments, but full-size bones, and like trash and debris and like ripped up clothing and things like that, all of which have been gathered into a big sort of mass down toward the end of the hallway, which looks a lot like a nest of some kind. Like it's been gathered together into a nest. And this nest is not empty.
Do we need to do any type of check to see what is in the nest, or is it obvious?
Oh, it'll be obvious. Yeah, I'll tell you.
This is starting to scare me.
Well, at least we can confirm that there's no empty nest syndrome.
Let's go ahead and have all of you roll initiative real quick. You can go ahead and do
Fine.
that.
Is that just a 20?
D20 plus whatever your initiative modifier on your sheet is. It's up kind of by your armor class and stuff, I think.
I'm sorry, that was very wrong.
What was loud?
I said wrong.
Plus 13 modifier? Yeah, not exactly.
You see
Can I
a
stick with-
creature...
Never mind.
No, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Can I use my original roll, but use 3 instead of 13?
Yeah, whatever your first roll was is what counts.
Sorry. I got 21.
Rising up from the mess of this crude nest, see a creature that looks a little something like this.
He looks like fun to play with.
It's a creature with the muscular body of a lion and the head, forelegs, and wings of an eagle. However, unlike the one in the picture there, which looks rather clean and healthy and well put together, the one before you looks very ragged. Its feathers are all ragged and matted and filthy, as is its fur. It's kind of covered with some sort of dried gore. And there's a crazed gleam in its eyes. Yeah, it could have the blight. And it is a dead end there. And the nest is down at the end of the hallway.
Does it notice us?
Oh yeah, it notices you. It's rising up as soon as you come around the corner. So let's take a look at these initiative rolls we had here. What did you get, Ilthyra?
21.
22, 21, 19, 17, 4.
I need to know which one of those goes to which person, though, without having to look at the chat. So, Noxmu, what did you get?
19.
And then 22 for Threga. 21 for Elithra. 17 for Norian. And 4 for Grace.
4. Wow. Okay. This creature is rising up with a crazed look in its eyes. And as it looks at you, it tilts its head back and its beak opens wide. And it makes a horrible screeching sound. Kind of like that, but even more horrible. And it lifts one taloned foot up and sort of flexes its fingers and turns its talons towards you menacingly. No one is surprised here. Thuraga has the fastest reaction time, so you can do whatever you want right now, Thuraga. Did that hurt your ears, Boss Pie? I'm sorry.
Side note, while he's doing that, is it helpful at all to have us as individual figures so that we can move a little bit more specifically, or would you rather prefer to keep us just as a torch?
Yeah, I'd prefer not to do individual figures. Just keep movement and everything more abstracted. You can just describe what you're doing and... So you were in the back of the party, so... Really, Saito, you probably haven't even seen the thing yet, unless you came... Well, I mean, you could have kind of just came around the corner, but... As far as you know... Tasha's hideous laughter should affect just about any creature, so... As far as you know, it should work on this. Unless it's a creature with an intelligence score of 4 or less, so... If it's a dumb animal, it won't work on it. But you don't know whether or not this particular creature is intelligent or like an animal. You could make a nature check to see if you know. Yeah, it is dumb. You're right, Best Pie. Hey, now you're rolling good. You're fairly certain that this thing is actually not intelligent. That it is only as intelligent as an animal, and therefore Tasha's hideous laughter would not work. Busting out the sling, okay. It's just within the short range for your sling, so no problem. (1d4 plus 3 is the amount of damage that it does if you hit. The B means bludgeoning. It's bludgeoning. That's the type of damage. So first you roll your attack roll. And that's that first number, the attack bonus. You have a +5. So, to attack, you roll 1d20 plus 5. And that determines what armor class you hit, whether or not you actually hit it. Now, the slash has to be on the other side of the R. Alright, you spin your sling over your head, and let fly a bullet. It sails through the air, and it glances right off of the griffin's head. A stinging blow. How much damage did you deal? 6. Not bad. Not bad at all. The griffin lets out another shriek, and it glares at you angrily. You can see a little bit of fresh blood now starting to redden the white feathers at the top of its head. Are you going to move anywhere, or just kind of stay where you are in the back of the party? Alright, sounds good, Saito. Next would be Ilthyra, then.
Alright, so is everyone in front of me shorter than me?
Yes, everyone's shorter than you in the whole party.
And I believe I'm standing directly in front of you as the gnome, the shortest of the bunch.
Okay, so, I'm going to not move, but attempt to shoot him with my heavy crossbow.
Sounds good. Roll to attack.
I think I hit.
Ooh. Critical hit. How you like that shit? There we go. Critical hit. You rolled a 20. That is awesome. So, the way that works is, what's the normal damage for your attack?
1d10.
Plus anything? Yeah, you add your dexterity modifier as well for a ranged attack.
Plus 3, sorry.
So, what you do is you roll 2d10 and add 3 to it for a critical hit.
Okay, sounds good.
That's going to do a lot of damage. Very nice. You take careful aim for a moment, easily aiming over the head of your shorter comrade in front of you. Sight down the barrel. Well, the barrel, whatever you would call the equivalent of a barrel on a crossbow. Squeeze off a shot. The griffin is starting to move. It's rising up and it's starting to take flight and move towards you. And it stretches out its wings, and as it does, your arrow punches right through one of its wings at an angle that causes a sort of ripping tear in the wing, leaving a nasty, jagged hole. Its wing sort of jerks and twitches back. Its whole body shudders with rage and pain. And it lets out another ear-piercing shriek, which I will not proceed to try to make with my own voice, because Boss Pie will never forgive me for the last time I did it, he says. So,
Thank you.
anyway, you heard it pretty bad there. Pretty good shot. Are you going to move at all or stay where you're at?
I'll stay where I am.
Okay, next is Marlov.
Marlov is going to grasp her shiny new shield in front of her and go rushing toward this thing to kind of ward it off from the rest of the party. If possible, also attack with a scimitar as well.
Okay. You can't quite get to it with your movement speed. So, what you can do is move up as close as you can and then ready an action to attack it if it moves within, reach of you.
Sounds good to me.
Or your other option is to simply take the dash action, which allows you to move double your movement speed, which would let you move all the way up to it, but then you wouldn't be able to attack. You can do one of those two things.
No, I'll do the first one. I'm going to get closer and then take a sort of a defensive posture.
Okay, sounds perfect. Up next will be Norian. Norian.
Sorry. So if I take animal form, then I cannot attack. Or is that correct? That's my action?
Actually, because you're a druid of the moon, it only costs you a bonus action to take animal form, which means you still have your normal action and your movement.
Excellent. Would a speed of 40 be enough to get to it? It looks like
Yes.
it, right?
Yes, it would. Definitely.
Okay, I guess I'm just looking at what would be the logical form to take here.
Yeah, I put the stats for several different good forms that you can use on your sheet there.
Yeah, I'm checking it out of whether or not in this situation, from a strategic standpoint, my gut says if I'm charging in to go face smash it, then I should want to be like a bear or something tankier, correct?
Yeah. You would think the bear is pretty tanky, but it's really not the tankiest thing there. Its armor class is pretty poor. And it doesn't have the highest hit points either.
Okay,
But-
I'm going back to World of Warcraft days, so okay.
The bear does do a decent amount of, quite a bit of damage though, because it gets to attack with its claw and its bite. I mean, all of those forms have their own advantages and disadvantages, so you've just got to kind of decide what seems the best for you.
Actually, I'm going to go, and feel free to correct me if this is wrong, but can I go giant spider form, climb up the wall, and then shoot a web at it?
Absolutely.
That is what I am doing.
Alright, so you turn into a giant spider, and you climb up. You can climb up to the ceiling, or... Because as a spider, you can hang on the ceiling as though it's, you know, if you want. Or you can just be up on the side of the wall.
I'll just be on the side of the wall, but all the way up to the top, but still in that corner. And then my web shot is...
Now, are you going to move to within 30 feet of the griffin to get the short range for your web?
Okay, is short range more accurate?
Yeah, if you're further away than the short range, you get disadvantage on the attack.
Okay, yeah, I'll move to within 30 feet.
Okay, but up high on the wall.
Yes.
As you touch the wall, you feel a tingling in your spidery feet. It's not hurting you, but it's definitely a noticeable, strange tingling sensation. It's uncomfortable, but it's not really painful.
Oh, goody.
But you're able to climb up the wall with no problems, and you get up within 30 feet, and you're going to shoot a web at the griffin. So I think you've got a +5 to hit with that. Go ahead and roll to attack. No, you don't get to know how many hit points it has, Saito.
Okay, and it doesn't really... Is it the same 1d8 plus 3 as the bite, or where it doesn't really say the damage on here?
It doesn't do damage. It just...
Oh, just webs it. Okay.
It just restrains the target, yeah.
Gotcha. So that's a
Saito's.
D20 to hit?
D20 +5. Does anybody smell burning hair? Okay. You spit out a big sticky glob of webbing, flies through the air. The griffin tries to sort of juke to the side and miss it, but does not move fast enough. It's still kind of a little bit reeling from that massive blow to the wing it just took. and the webbing just splashes all over the back of the griffin, onto both of its wings. One of its legs is pinned under it by the webbing, and it's thrashing around trying to get itself free. But for right now, it's restrained. Do anything else, or I think that's about it for you.
I think
that's about all you can do. Spit?
Yeah,
Boss
if that's all I can do, that's all I'll do. If I can get off the wall, I suppose I can walk down now that it's restrained, but I don't know if I already used my movement.
Well, you can move both before and after you act, as long as you have movement left. What that means, essentially, is, as a spider, you've got a climb speed of 30 and a normal speed of 30. So you can move 30 total feet. You didn't need to move 30 total feet just to climb to that spot on the wall and move down there a little bit, so you still have some movement left.
I'll come off the wall if I can. Come back down to the ground, away from the bleeding weirdness.
Okay. No problem, you can do that. Now, at this point, you're basically in between the halfling that ran forward and the rest of the party.
Sounds good.
Okay, yeah, I know technically boss spiders don't spit webbing, but I mean, what do you call it? You shoot it out from your spider web area. I don't know, I'm not a... If Jen was still here, she could tell you all about it, but I'm not an expert on spider anatomy. Sato says, oh, thank God you didn't land on me. I have nightmares since I was a child. Yeah, this may take the rest of you by surprise, by the way. You saw your friendly little companion just turn into a giant spider. Spinneret, right, a spinneret. Okay. After that successful round, the griffin gets to go. So it's currently restrained, which means it can't move until it manages to break free. So all it's going to try to do right now is attempt to break free. And that's a DC 12 strength check for it to escape, which will take its action. And it fails. So it's thrashing around, trying to claw and rip at the webbing, and the webbing's just getting more and more stuck onto it. And it's not able to break itself free, so it's just stuck there. It's not able to move forward or anything. And that's all it gets to do. So that web was a great idea. That makes it Grace's turn.
Okay, I'm gonna move down the hallway, grab my shield and position myself next to the other halfling. And just gonna ready an action, because I can't really get any closer.
Okay. So you just move up next to the other fighter, and you're both just posted up there with readied actions to attack if it moves up within your range. Sounds good. You've got a little wall, a little halfling wall of steel.
Our shield maidens.
Yes. Okay. That brings us back to Tharaga, aka Cyto Optionum. Another bullet for our feathered friend. Okay, go for it. Let me see if you get advantage. You apparently don't need advantage. You definitely hit anyway. It's possible you get advantage, though, which won't matter now, but... because it's restrained. Yep, you do get advantage. But you hit anyway. So you whip another sling bullet down the hall, skillfully past all of the people in the way and everything, past the giant spider, and it wraps right on the griffin's beak, and you hear a sort of cracking sound. And once again, thrashes its head about, screaming its griffin cries of pain. You like how you do these dinky little bullets after the spider and crossbow badassery? Well, you're a bard. You're a utility character. You're not a damage dealer. And you do have a lot of utility. It's just, you know, when it comes to dishing out damage, that's really not your specialty. Your character also has more hit points than anybody in the group. You're a tough little bastard. Okay. So, I assume you're staying where you are? Okay, good. Next up is Ilthyra then. Or Ilthyra, or however you say it.
Seeing that my crossbow is currently not loaded, I'm going to pull out my longbow to take a shot.
You don't have to. I mean, you can load the crossbow once each round as part of firing it.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm just going to keep using my crossbow.
Okay, cool. You have advantage to attack because it's restrained by the web. That web was a super good idea. So, that means you get to roll 2d20 and take the higher of the two, plus your bonus.
Glad I rolled at an advantage.
Sweet. Well, your crossbow bolt definitely hits. Not a crit this time, though, so it's just regular damage. D10 plus 3. Alright, not your best shot, but considering how excellent your last shot was, it's not so bad.
Yeah, no kidding.
This time, you shoot right into the joint where its wing meets its shoulder. And it looks like it's about to dig in there and really do a lot of damage, but it kind of deflects off the bone there and just gouges a furrow through the sort of the skin and feathers of the shoulder there, and then deflects off against the wall. But it left a bloody gash there, nonetheless. You're whittling it down. This is a very large and healthy creature. You understand that it will take a lot of wounds to bring it down. Anything else for you, or are you done?
I am done.
Marlov.
Okay, seeing as it's restrained, I'm going to go on ahead right up to it, and if possible, go ahead and attack.
You can, and you have advantage as well. Nice. Wow, you rolled 2 16s. Sweet. Definitely hit it. How about that damage? What are you hitting it with?
I'm hitting it with a scimitar, but apparently I was a little off balance or whatnot.
Yeah, you run up and you got a little too excited. And you run up and you slash at it, but it your weapon actually gets kind of caught in the webbing for a second. You're able to rip it free and cut the griffin a little bit, but unfortunately you didn't strike a real telling blow. But it looks at you very angrily, since you're the most recent thing to hit it and you're right in front of it. Now it's staring directly at you with rage and pain in its eyes, and it's starting to open and close its beak as though it wants to sink its beak into your flesh.
I stare back at it and raise my shield that Mr. Skullmaster sold to me, and holding my ground as if saying, bring it on.
At this point, you feel that the griffin is looking pretty badly hurt from all of these different injuries. It's losing blood. It's starting to visibly weaken. You can tell that you've done a significant amount of damage to it. Okay, Norian.
Alright, let's go for walk up and bite it. See if we can go for a killing blow here with some poison.
Okay. Are you gonna walk up and just stand next to the halfling, or are you gonna go up on the wall, or where do you wanna move to?
If there's room, I was just gonna go next to the halfling.
Yeah, there's plenty of room
if I
because
can-
the hallway's 20 feet wide. So even though you're like a big 10-foot wide creature, basically, there's still plenty of room.
Is there any way I can get behind it or beside it since it's webbed down still?
Yeah, you can. You've got enough movement. You can move around to the side of it, which will also leave room for the other fighter to come up next to it as well.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna leave some room, but get up next to it and then give it a good bite.
Okay, you also have advantage.
Oh, I don't think I did the keep one correctly. What was the proper syntax for that?
You have to put the K1 after the 20 before the +5. But anyway,
Gotcha,
you got a 12 and a +5. That's 17. That still hits. Still hits.
Okay, so that's 1d plus 1d8 plus 3. Okay.
The spider's apparatus for biting are called chelicerae. I'm just gonna call them fangs, even if it's not technically correct. This is a fantasy spider. It has fangs. Alright, so you did 9, plus then there's gonna be the poison as well. So roll 2d8 for the poison, and then it will make its saving throw. Well, it fails its saving throw, so it's going to take the full poison damage. So you did a total of 16. Very nice. Alright, so you sink your chelicerae into its side. It's got one of its wings up in the air, kind of stuck to its back, and it leaves its flank vulnerable to you. So you sink your chelicerae in there, you sink your spider fangs, and you can feel the venom, pumping out of you into the griffin, and it starts thrashing around and crying out as it feels the venom. It tries to fight it off, but it's unable to because your venom is just too strong. And the griffin now looks very, very weak. It's trembling. It's almost falling over. And its cries are becoming more and more sort of strained and weak and quiet as it's approaching death now. And no, poisoning damage, sometimes it lingers, it depends. Each specific effect works its own way, so this particular poison does not linger. It just does a one-time amount of damage. Alright, nice job, Druid. Up next is the Griffin. So the Griffin's sort of still thrashing around, trying to get out of the webbing. But it's going to just try to desperately attack. It's almost dead. It tried to get out of the webbing and it couldn't do it. It can still attack, but because it's restrained, it attacks with disadvantage. But it's going to try its It's most angry at the spider, so it's going to try to snap at you with its beak and try to rake you with its claws. But again, it's unable to do so very effectively because it's restrained by the web, so it's going to roll with disadvantage. So its first attack with its beak is versus an 11, which will probably miss you. What's your AC as a spider? It's 14. Okay, it misses you. And then its second attack is a 16. That's the lower of the two rolls. Oh, see, if it didn't have a disadvantage, it would have just crit you. But the disadvantage made it not get that crit, so then it... But it does manage to get you with its claws, despite the webbing. In its last frenzied, desperate attempts to inflict some damage before it dies... It doesn't really think it can win at this point. It's just being vindictive now. But its claws are quite painful. You feel the sharp, heavy claws of this thing puncture right through your sort of hard, chitinous exoskeleton, your carapace that you have as a spider, and puncture through and just rip and tear in the inside of you. You take 11 points of slashing damage. But that's 11 points that comes off the spider's hit points, not your main hit points.
I'm at 15 spider hit points.
Okay. Anyway, that's it for the griffin's turn. It can't move. It used its action to attack, so it does not get to attempt to escape the webbing again. And that makes it Grace's turn again. Griffin's very close to death. Can you finish it off?
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up to the griffin and put my longsword in both hands and try to end this poor wedge bird's misery.
Okay, you have advantage to attack again. It's poisoned, it's trapped in a web, it's got holes in its wings, it's got various other injuries, bleeding, its beak is cracked. And you definitely hit it. I think you might have just put paid to this griffin. Oh, nice roll, too, on the damage. How you want to do this? If you don't know what I mean by that, it's a little thing from Critical Role, which is a D&D show on Geek and Sundry. What I'm asking you is for you to narrate now how you kill the griffin, because you've just killed it. And you can basically describe it any way you want. Yeah, Boss Pie, put paid to. Are you thinking? Oh, hey, welcome back, Jen.
Monkey. So,
we had
so I
discussion of spiders
in his,
while you were gone.
Sturdy griffin in these scary hallways. Put my longsword in both hands and strike quickly at his head to end his misery.
All right, you lift up your weapon. You don't lift it very high because you're rather short, but high enough. You thrust down with your longsword into the back of its head, right at the base of its skull. Your sword punctures all the way through and comes out the front of its throat. Griffin's eyes roll back at its head. It shudders, and then it collapses to the ground and lies still. You have slain this beautiful legendary beast. One of the druid in the party turned into a giant spider, Jen, and we were having a whole discussion about spider body part names. Because I didn't know what any of them were. And I figured you probably would. Saito told me that what their names were, though. Chelicerae or something. And spinnerets. So, you've killed the griffin. Good job. And you did so... Oh no, you took a little bit of damage, but it was only to your animal form, so that's not bad.
Do I automatically revert back, or do I have to... Do I just declare that I go back to my gnome form?
You stay in that form, I think up to an hour if you want to, or you can switch back anytime you want.
I'll choose to... Well, I may as well hang out in this and let other people inspect the nest.
Let's see, you stay in that form for a number of hours equal to half your druid level rounded down, which in your case would be 1 hour. But you can end the form whenever you want.
I'll hang out for now. As long as someone else inspects the area.
Okay. Yeah, I hate spiders, Jan. I am not a fan of spiders at all. I kill them on sight. Saito says, well, that was fun. Now, time for some looting. Alright, you're going to take a look. Perception check. Yeah, you can make a perception check. Oh, this is cool. Boss Pie says, there is no loot. You killed it all for nothing, you monsters. No, there is loot, actually. Oh, nice perception roll there. Alright, so hidden amongst all the debris and, like, bones and ripped up clothing and assorted, like, you know, trash of the nest, you managed to find some gold coins. A total of 9 of them. And you also find one interesting item. It's an ivory flute, crafted in the form of a fanged serpent. Pretty nice workmanship on it. You want to use Identify? What, the spell Identify? Do you have that? I think that takes... You could if you wanted to, but I'll tell you right now, you can tell that it is not magically enchanted. Because in 5th edition they say you can basically tell when you find a magic item. If it's magic or not, you can just sense it. And this you do not sense any magic in. It's just it's a nice item though. It's well crafted. And 9 gold. I'll add that to your group treasure fund. And also he wants his hand crossbow back. Who did you give the hand crossbow to?
He gave it to me. Elytra.
And yes, you can have it back.
Oh, because you bought yourself some better weapons.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't know there was a store right there.
Oh, in addition to the gold and the flute, you guys also receive 450 experience. That's not each, that's divided. So 450.
90 apiece.
Yeah, that's 90 apiece. Okay. Good job. I mean, that was a fairly easy fight, but you guys handled it very well. The web was, like, super awesome. That really made it quite easy for you guys. What are you guys doing now? Are you searching? Oh, you're kind of searching the whole area, right? Okay, well, in addition to the stuff you found in the nest, you also notice something else.
And what is that?
You notice something strange on the back wall, up near the ceiling.
Is this a perception look or investigate look?
Now that you've noticed it, that's what you needed perception for, to investigate it further, to see what it is you're noticing. I mean, it's kind of like a strange outline in the wall, where the stones of the wall don't look like they're perfectly joined together. So at this point, you'd need to use investigation. You'd also have to be able to get up there as well, because it's up near the ceiling. So either you'd have to climb up there, you'd have to be held up, or you'd have to be a spider that can climb up there, or whatever.
I was gonna say, can I investigate in spider form?
Yes, you can.
And that is what I will climb on up and investigate.
Okay.
Is anyone proficient that they could assist?
Okay, Saito, I'll let you assist from the ground since you're just assisting. You have keen eyesight, you have dark vision, you're a dwarf with stone cutting. All of those factors, I think, you can assist by, carefully watching as the spider goes up there and checks things out up close. So, because you're assisting, you will be making the investigation check with advantage. You only rolled 1.
Yeah, I got it now.
And what do you have, a +0?
Yep.
Okay. You find it. You find a small arcane rune etched into the wall, and you're sort of able to suss out that there is a secret door here up high, and that this arcane rune that you found is part of opening it.
Is my proficiency in Arcana going to give me any additional insight into this one?
Sure, make an Arcana roll too real quick. Unfortunately, in spider form, you're unable to speak, so you can't tell the rest of the party what you found.
Okay, so I got a 17 on Arcana.
Okay, great. You determine that simply by touching and tracing the rune with your finger, or, your spider end of leg jabby bit, whatever a spider's finger is called, by tracing it, that it will cause the secret door to open.
I will go ahead and open it.
Okay. You trace the little arcane rune with the end of your spider digit, and the stone starts to slide open with a sort of typical stone sliding on stone sound. A little bit of dust falls out of it, and a passage is revealed leading off to the west, up high. I mean, it's big enough passage for a medium or smaller sized creature to get through normally. It's too small for a giant spider to fit through.
Is it high enough that they would need to climb onto a giant spider to get to it?
Yeah, they could. That would work.
Okay, then I'll climb down and allow myself to be used as a ladder for anyone who wants to go up.
Would I be able to fit being a dragonborn?
Yeah, you're medium-sized. You'll fit.
Okay.
It'll be a little bit tighter for you than for all the small people, but you can still get through it, no problem.
Okay, sounds good.
So who's going up first?
I'll go up first.
Who said that?
Elithra.
Okay. You're in a dark passage that you're crawling through, leading off to the west.
Coolio.
Do you just go?
Is anybody else coming with me?
Also, how are you seeing in there? You don't have dark vision, and it's very dark in there. Do you have the lamp with you?
Does,
Saito's coming up, and Saito's got dark vision.
yeah, I was gonna say this side I have dark vision.
Alright, well you get up in there behind the Dragonborn, and you can see past. It looks like the passage only goes about 20 feet, and then dead ends.
Guess I'll inspect the end.
Alright, this time you're able to find a very obvious switch. Is anybody else up in the passage at this point?
I would like to check for traps.
Okay. Make a perception check. Saito can assist you, I suppose, so that'll give you advantage.
Sounds good.
Yeah, what is your perception, Elithra?
+0.
Oh yeah, let's have Saito go then, because he gets +4 and you can assist him.
I'll assist him.
Well, actually, if you're not proficient, you can't assist him.
Guess he's going alone.
But he still has a better chance of doing it on his own, probably. You guys are going to have to switch places, though, for him to be the one that does it. You could squeeze past each other in the tunnel, but it would be very intimate. you would be much closer than you are now.
We're both females. I mean, we can get over it, right? We share clothing.
Dragonborn and dwarves, best of friends.
You know it.
What is higher percentage? 1d20 +4 or 2d20s keep 1?
Probably the 2d20s, actually. Saito says, I've been in many a tight space with lizards. But there's nothing to say that you couldn't check, then switch places and let him check.
Yeah, let's go ahead and have him assist you first, and then swap.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll it.
I'm working on it.
That's not great.
I would have to agree with you.
You don't find anything.
Time for a switch up.
Alright, so you
Time
two
to get super intimate.
squeeze past each other, and it's very difficult and uncomfortable, but you managed to do it. Are you the only two that are in the passage at this point? What's everybody else doing?
I'm still spidering.
Marlowe is keeping watch back down the way we came.
Alright, Saito, you don't find anything either. I mean, you found there's a switch, an obvious switch, but you don't find any traps or anything.
I agree with you. Let's just leave. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Sounds like we're abandoning this tunnel. Unless, hey, why don't you come out of the tunnel first and leave the enclosed space? We could always magic hand it.
Saito says, I don't trust this. Let's just go. Unless someone else wants to come in.
Though I guess I technically shouldn't be giving any input right now, as I'm still a giant spider.
I drew an S there for secret door. Except I drew it in the wrong place. Damn it.
You should be able to drag it down.
There you go. That's a good idea, voice in my head. You exit the passage and use Mage Hand to flip the switch. Okay. Easily done. Good idea. The switch flips. There's another grinding of stone on stone sound, and you see another similar doorway open at the far end of the little passage. Of course, you can't see what's through it from where you are now. So, does anyone else want to go in the hole this time? Whoa. Saito stares hard at you with dark vision. The dead griffin just lies there, being dead. Spider stares back.
I'll follow him.
Great, fine. Back in I go. So you're going in first, huh, Saito? Okay.
Elithra's following.
You go up to the edge of the new opening and peer in. Okay, inside is a perfectly dark room. However, you have dark vision, so you're able to see inside as though it was dimly lit. From up where you are, you can see that inside this... Well, I might as well clear it on the map real quick for you. Inside this 60 by 100 foot room. Same size and dimensions as the last room. You see 2 doors on the far side. Both of which are doors of stone. In the middle of the room, there is a strange construction. It looks like a crudely and hastily built stone wall in a square around the middle of the room. Now, from where you're looking, you're kind of up high, so you can sort of see over the top of it, and you see that it has no roof. It's just a 10-foot high stone wall that's been built around the middle of the room, and it looks like there's a hole, like a big hole in the floor behind this wall. In addition to the wall, you also notice something moving in the darkness. Several somethings. And they look a little something like that. Shambling, wretched figures of undeath. The flesh long since rotted away from their skeletal forms. Rotting, rusting, armor and weapons still clinging to them.
Marlov will pass the lantern over to the spiders, hearing the calls for it.
Saito says, "Oi, one of you want to pass me the lantern? Seriously, lantern, not joking." Now the skeletons in the room all turn and look up in your direction, because if you were saying that loudly enough for them to hear you back at the other end of the passage, it's definitely loudly enough for the skeletons to hear you. You're right, I'll make a perception check for them. There's a chance they don't hear you. They're not super perceptive, so maybe they won't hear you. They don't appear to hear you. You can see 6 of them, by the way, Saito. I don't think I told you before how many there were. Hey, we lost somebody. Who did we lose? Somebody disconnected from the game.
It was me. Sorry. Still joining.
Oh.
It was
right.
Sorry.
That's okay. Hey, welcome back. You're backing up out of the death passage to let the more tanky people go in? Okay. Make a stealth check. You're pretty good at stealth, I think, aren't you? What are you wearing? Studded leather now? So that doesn't give you disadvantage. Actually, you're pretty good at all skills. Your character has ridiculous skill bonuses. +7. Damn, that's stealth. Okay, you're able to do it without making any noise. Alerting nobody. Alright, so you get back out of there. What do you tell the others? So, who wants to go in the hole this time? Heads up, won't be me. Undead buggers. So what do you guys do?
We wanna go up against some undead from a coming from a little space.
I don't know, do you?
I think we might want to check out some other directions. Farragut, did you see anything? What the hallway or the hall what they were in was like?
Saito, I didn't specify what weapons they were armed with, but you did notice that they all seem to have short bows, in addition to their swords. I like your tactical thinking. You know, Saito, you're pretty good at D&D for never having played it before. That's a good idea. What kind of what do you want to make an illusion of? Keep in mind the minor illusion can either make a visual illusion, which is silent, or it can make a sound, but it can't do both. Nash's Chelicerae excitedly. Nice. And you make this sound what at the entrance to the tunnel?
I'm back, by the way. Sorry about all that.
Welcome back. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Oh, you dropped your mouse?
Yeah, I dropped my mouse and then it closed out of the browser and I was
That
making
sucks.
food and it was all bad.
Alright, I'm going to give you another point of inspiration, Saito. You now have 3, which is the maximum. If you earn another one, you have to give it to someone else. By the way, you guys can just give inspiration to somebody else anytime you want. Of course, nobody's used any inspiration yet, so you guys are good to go. Alright, so you're going to make this sound. Yeah, decide how you're going to array yourselves.
What's going on?
He's going to make an illusion, an auditory illusion of a wounded, panicked man starting from their side of the wall and moving it down through the tunnel to try to lure them through the tunnel.
Okay, sounds good. Guess am I across from the hole?
All right, so are you guys going to line up like he's suggesting there?
I don't see anything wrong with it, so I say yes.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
That one that I just rolled was their investigation check to try to determine whether or not it's an illusion. So in other words, they are thoroughly fooled. They're not very intelligent. Okay, you make your illusion, and you start drawing them toward your side of the wall. I think the only difficulty with your plan might be that the skeletons might not be able to get up to the tunnel. But one of them is going to try.
We could always push the corpse of the griffin over to the other side and let them climb that.
It's too large to fit through the tunnel. Okay. The skeletons begin to climb. Into the hole. Not until one of them's actually at the exit, you know, starting like coming out of the hole, or about to come out of the hole. So yeah, eventually you see a skeleton coming. And I would say it's not surprised because it knows there's something over here. So it'll just be normal initiative rolls here.
Roll for initiative.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is my initiative modifier the same in spider form, or is it based off of a different stat?
It is based off the spider's dexterity. So in other words, you would have a +3. Okay, tell me what everybody got.
Norian got a 20. Here. Marlov got a 19. Grace got a 17. Let's see. Threga got a 4, and Elithra got a 5.
+3. I forgot to add it.
So you got an 8?
8
Yeah.
for Elithra.
Alright, nice.
I don't know if you like it or not, but they do have a pretty cool built-in here on that Roll20.
What, the initiative tracker thing?
Yeah, I don't know if that's something you'd find useful or not.
I think for right now I don't want to use it. Alright, so you see the skeleton coming basically almost to the entrance. And Norian actually gets to go first.
I will. Well, I guess I can see if are they in range for our ranged guys.
Yeah, this front one is, but it has like half cover from the tunnel until it actually comes out.
Okay, I'm debating whether or not to try to web it to block up the tunnel to make it a shooting gallery, or if we should let him get a little bit come out of the tunnel. Because there's not a lot I can really do in spider form other than web them.
Well, are you up on the wall, or where are you right now?
Earlier was if I don't think I ever got a real answer to is there room on the ceiling of this hole, or does the hole go all the way up to the ceiling?
It goes almost up to the ceiling. There's a few inches.
Okay, so not really room for me to hide as a 10-foot giant spider.
No, but you could hide off to the side of the hole.
Yes, I will stay at the side to try to grab out and basically nom on the first one that pokes its head through.
All right, I'll say you have a ready to action. So if one of them starts to come through, you can attack them. Okay. What do you mean, who am I talking to?
That was Florian, big spider guy. Me.
Sato says you can't hear anyone but me. There's a little thing next to your name of oh, it looks like a microphone crossed out. I guess that means you don't have a mic. You seriously couldn't hear him talking?
Can you hear me?
Did you hear Super Bagel just then?
Maybe he just can't understand spider.
I don't know. If you maybe try
everyone else can
real
hear me,
quick,
right?
and yeah, can everybody else hear Andrew?
I can hear him fine.
I can hear him.
That is super weird. Oh, is it possible that one of you has either muted or something the other, or Or deafened? If not, I guess try disconnecting and connecting again to the Discord channel. I don't know.
I'll try refreshing real quick.
This is my first time using Discord, so these sorts of technical difficulties are unknown to me.
Can you hear me now?
Alright, cool.
I can
Whatever
still
it
hear
is,
you.
I guess it's fixed. What's Marlove gonna do?
I'm considering taking a shot with the sling, but I'm thinking that's probably not going to do much, so I'll just stand at the ready.
Alright, are you... like, where are you standing? Right by the hole? Right under the hole?
Yeah, right close to the hole, like under it, basically. Not directly under it, but like directly under it and right off to the side.
And do you have your sling out or a melee weapon?
I think I have my sling out for the moment.
Okay. So do you want to ready an action? Or...
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that.
so you'll attack the skeleton maybe basically once he comes out? Is that your plan, or...?
Yeah, once I see its head emerge or such, I'll do that, and then switch over to my sword and shield.
Alright, you can still have your shield even with the sling, because it's a one-handed weapon, so... You just can't have the
Okay.
sword and the shield in the sling, because you don't have 3 hands. Having 3 hands would be awkward. Okay. It's Grace Thyra's turn. You can see about half of the lead skeleton.
Can I reach it with my longsword?
Not yet, because it's too far up.
Okay, then I'm gonna ready an attack with my longsword and wait for it to come out, if it even makes it.
Okay. So, the first of the skeletons reaches the end of the passage, and, sword in hand, it just sort of jumps out. You're not sure, Saito?
So does my ready attack happen as soon as he comes out, or what's the order of operations on that?
Yeah, as soon as he comes out, those with the readied actions can all attack. Basically, the order would be the spider first, then the sling, then when he lands, if he's still alive, the longsword attack. Actually, it would be a religion check for undead. But you won't actually be able to know it until your turn. Until you've had a moment to think about it.
You won't know it anyway.
And with a 4, you have no idea. You're pretty sure piercing's great for skeletons. They love piercing. Alright, so, Druid, Spider, you can make your attack now. Can you hear me?
Oops, I guess I should have done my actual hit roll first. So that's my hit's just a D20 plus 5. Is that my bite? Let's see.
Yep, D20 plus 5.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right, your fangs or your chelicerae or whatever make contact, but unfortunately they just ricochet off of a hard armor plate on the skeleton's shoulder, and you're unable to do any damage.
And that's not an advantage roll, I'm assuming, even though I'm sitting there waiting in surprise.
No, it's not. Yeah, because he's not really surprised.
So is that a 0 damage then? Just totally missed.
Yep.
So next is sling, right?
Yeah, it was Norian's sling. No, you're Norian. Marlov's sling. Okay, your sling stone, your sling bullet, whistles through the air and strikes a solid hit, crunching bone. Roll your damage. Very nice. However, you have just realized that skeletons are vulnerable to bludgeoning damage, which means it actually takes double. So you did 12 damage with that sling bullet. As you crush several of its bony, undead ribs, and pieces of bone go flying and fall and clatter on the floor. It doesn't cry out in pain or anything because it's undead and it doesn't feel pain, but an angry fire burns in its eyes as it looks upon you.
Nice. I make a mental note to go to my club instead of my sword, but I'm going to stay where I am at the moment.
Looks like you did enough damage to that one that it's almost about to fall apart. Like, you took part of its spine away, and it looks like it's about to literally fall into two pieces. And now it lands on the ground. Almost crumbles into bits, but it's still standing. And now you can make your longsword attack. Your readied longsword attack.
Okay.
$11, huh?
Yeah.
One of its scraps of armor catches the blade, turns it away. You didn't manage to do any damage to it. So now it actually gets to attack. Let's see, who's it's got next to it? He's got the two halfling fighters next to him, right? No, you still can't attack because your turn hasn't come up yet, Saito. You're way down on 4 initiative. It's going to attack the one who threw the sling bullet at it. That was Marlov, right?
Yes.
And I believe you have a 20 armor class with your shield, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Price is Right horn plays? I don't have my Price is Right horn up. Oh, man. Anyway, it swings its jagged, rusty short sword at you, but you didn't even have to block it with your shield. It glances off your armor, doesn't even come close to cutting you. Next, another skeleton starts crawling his way out and is going to hop down next to the first one. At this point, because it is moving through and out of your reach, Norian, you can make an attack of opportunity against it as a reaction. Actually, no, I lied. Sorry, you can't. Taking your readied action used your reaction for this round, so never mind. Sorry.
Sad face.
So it hops down. And it's going to attempt to move through. I don't believe anybody's going to actually be able to attack of opportunity yet because you've all used your reactions, the ones that are there by the hole. So it lands and it moves straight across the hall and goes for who's over there? Saito and
Elithra.
Yeah, the two of you are kind of up against the wall, basically, on the other side of the hallway. The big dragonborn and the little dwarf. Which one looks more threatening?
The little dwarf.
Probably the dragonborn. It's going after the
Sure.
dragonborn. So ordinarily, you two fighters, if you had not already used a reaction and if you had melee weapons equipped, which one of you does, but I mean, you could have made opportunity attacks as it moved out of your reach, but in this case you can't because you'd already used your one reaction that you get to use per round, which refreshes when your turn comes up again. Okay, moves across and it's going to go try to attack the dragonborn. But it swings wildly, whooshing through the air. The blade doesn't even come close enough to you for you to feel the air, let alone hitting you. These things don't seem to be the greatest fighters. They're kind of shambling and moving with jerky motions. They are, after all, just rotten bones held up by magic. Alright, another one crawls through and jumps down. This one crosses over and is going to attack Tharaga. Apparently lolling your head around, not paying attention. You're fumbling with your sling bullet, trying to get it couched in the sling just right, and you're having problems. But yet another inaccurate attack, or inaccurate. Is it inaccurate? It's probably inaccurate. Another inaccurate attack swings over Tharaga's head. Apparently forgot that it was swinging at a dwarf. And finally, the last one comes through. The last one that you can see in the tunnel. Comes through and drops down. And will also attack Marlov. Now we have a hit. You try to get your shield up in time to block, but This one moves curiously, unexpectedly fast, and with a quick, sharp jab, kind of up from above, pierces down over your shield, and you feel the blade bite into your arm. You suffer 5 points of piercing damage.
That stings.
Yeah, it could be worse. And now finally... Oh no, it's not Thuraga's turn yet, still. It's still not your turn, Saito. Now it's Ilthyra's turn. No, it's not, because you... Yeah, it is. It is your turn. It's your turn. Dragonborn Ranger, go.
Alright. I'm going to shoot the undead skeleton that's right in front of me.
Okay, so... If you have an enemy in melee range with you, you are at disadvantage to make ranged attacks. So your options are either to take the shot with disadvantage or try to move away out of the reach of the skeleton, but doing so will also provoke an opportunity attack from the skeleton.
Can I still attack if he has an opportunity attack?
Yeah, you can.
Alright, I'll move away.
Alright, so you kind of move down the hallway a little bit out of his reach. I mean, how far do you want to move? You could move as far as you want, or you could just move a little way. It's up to you. That was a very large ping. Basically going to move up to the corner.
Yeah, I'm going to move to the corner just so I can see the whole battlefield, but still be
Okay,
away.
So as you sort of drop your guard moving away, it gets a free slash at you. Tries to take advantage of your lapse in defense, and it is successful. You feel a sting along your ribs as the blade cuts you along the side. You also take 5... Sorry, I didn't have my push-to-talk on. You feel a sting along your side. The blade cuts you along the ribs. You also take 5 piercing damage.
5?
5.
Okay.
But now, you're at range, and you can take your shot on any target you wish.
Okay, so let me remember. There's 2 in front of where the Rangers were sitting. And then, how many were just outside of the tunnel?
There's 2 just below the entrance to the tunnel, and there's 2 across the hall in front of the dwarf now.
Alright, I'll shoot at the one that was attacking me.
Okay. Saito, your AC already includes your dexterity modifier. So it does matter, it does affect whether you get hit, but it's the same whether it's an opportunity attack or any attack. Alright, go ahead and make your attack roll. You don't have advantage or anything. $14. It tries to raise its sword to deflect your, what is it, a crossbow bolt? Your crossbow bolt, but it's definitely too slow to do that. And the bolt thuds in, striking it right in the sternum, piercing through the rotted armor. Go ahead and roll your damage. This is piercing damage, so he's not going to be vulnerable to it. But do your damage. Okay. The bolt slams home, sticks in the bone, and is just stuck there in the thing. It kind of staggers back one step, but then, other than that, appears fairly unfazed. And that will bring us to, finally, Slido gets to go. Alright, so you're also going to take an opportunity attack. You're actually going to take 2 opportunity attacks because no, wait, you're not. You're going to take 1. The reason you're not going to take 2 is the same reason why the other guys couldn't take theirs, because the one already used his reaction to opportunity attack Ilthyra. So you're only going to take 1 opportunity attack. And it doesn't even come close to you. It starts to swing too late, and you're already out of the way. So you get over to the corner. Okay. You can take the shot. Actually, you can't quite get to the corner because you don't have enough movement speed, but you get over as far that direction as you can. Unfortunately, you were running, you spun around, you tried to throw the sling bullet, but you were off balance from moving. You didn't really stop to plant your feet, and the bullet just clatters against the wall harmlessly. The skeleton doesn't even seem to notice. Well, at least after waiting all that time for your turn, you really made the best of it. I just played the horn. I don't think you guys could hear it, but anybody that was watching the stream could hear it. Alright. Next. It is Norian's turn again. Spider-Man. Andrew, hello. Can you hear me? If you're talking, I can't hear you. Oh, yeah, I couldn't hear you. Try saying something now.
How about this?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Well, I just rolled my my 20 plus 5 and got an 8, so...
So, are you still kind of up on the wall, or did you come down to the floor?
I had come down to wherever the closest one was.
Alright, there are basically 2 of them right down there below the hole, standing by the 2 halflings.
So that's what I had come down to try to hit whoever was closest to me.
Okay.
And, didn't seem to work.
You lash out with your little Chelicerae, and the skeleton's able to sort of nimbly dodge to the side, and you catch nothing but air.
Then I will go ahead... do they get an opportunity attack if I walk back away?
Yes. One of them will.
And you said that they're basically right next to me and the halflings?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, only one of them is actually within your reach, or you're in its reach right now.
Okay, I'll just hang out where I am. That'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. Marlov. Or Marlove. Could be either way. Nox Moo.
Okay, I'm switching over to my club since it seemed to do so well with the bludgeoning attack before.
Make your move. So
Nice.
Okay, got the club out.
I would also like to use my trip attack, if that is applicable, on the one that's fully healthy.
You can certainly use that.
Is that in the damage section or the attack roll section?
Let me see. So the way that works is you roll the attack normally first and see if you hit or not. Oh, you definitely hit. Then you expend one of your superiority dice. You have 4 of them, and they are d8s, and you spend them when you do maneuvers like you're doing now. So you spend 1 superiority dice, you roll that extra d8 in addition to the damage roll of the attack, and then it has to make a strength saving throw to see if it's knocked prone or not.
I think that's the proper format.
It is. Okay, so your trip attack does 8, but it's bludgeoning damage, because it's a club, so you actually do 16 damage, which is pretty impressive. You didn't just trip the skeleton. You smashed, of course, I guess you were going for the legs. You smashed both of its legs clean off, and its torso and arms clatter to the ground, and its head just rolls off. And that is one pile of bones that is no longer moving in any way, shape, or form. You have de-animated it. So that one's dead, in other words. It was undead, now it's un-undead.
Nice. I'll make a note to try out for the halfling baseball team when I get out of here.
Yeah, nice hit. Yeah, Saito. The RNG, it gets everybody sometimes. Alright. Do you want to move anywhere, or are you good where you're at?
Will I be attacked if I go try to help the rangers and archers down the hall?
Yes.
I'll do it anyway. I'm helpful. I'll go ahead and get down as far down the hall as I can.
That one just barely gets you. As you move away, you're unable to really get your shield up in time to defend yourself while moving away, and strikes down low under your defense, catches you on the side of the knee, and you take 5 points of piercing damage.
Okay, very well.
But now you're able to move your full speed down to the other end of the hall. I mean, there's no skeletons down there. Where they are. Because they both moved away from the skeletons. But you could move over...
I'm moving basically toward the skeletons to try to draw their attacks away from the rangers.
Okay, you can definitely do that. You can kind of get up into the area to engage the other two that are on the other side of the hall and prevent them from getting away. Because if now one of them tries to move away from you, you'll get to make an opportunity attack.
Exactly, that works.
Cool. Good stuff. That will make it Grace Thyra's turn, but I want to take a super quick break. Just a couple minutes. So if anybody else needs to get up and stretch your legs or attend to any business real quick, now would be a great time, because I'm going to do that. So I'll be right back, just a couple minutes. Okay, I am back. Okay, I am back. But some other people might not be. I don't know. Anybody here? Hello? 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 This is weird.
What?
My thing seems to have switched from push to talk. Unless I have the thing focused. Hold on, let me, because I came back and I was like all talking and stuff, and I realized you guys couldn't hear me, and I looked, because Discord was not broadcasting my mic for some reason. Hello?
Hello.
This isn't working all of a sudden. I don't know what to do.
Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm back.
It sounds like everyone's back now.
Hello, hello?
I
Hello, hello? Hello, hello? How about this time? Can you hear me now? How about this time? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I figured it out. This is super weird. As long as I have anything except OBS, that's the broadcaster software I use to stream. As long as I have anything but that highlighted or active or whatever, I can use push to talk and you guys can hear me. If for some reason I have OBS specifically focused on, then my mic doesn't work in Discord. That's super weird. I mean, that's not going to be a problem because I never have that really clicked on in general, but it's super weird. Okay, I think we're all back. So, that means we are on Grace Thyra's turn.
Okay, so there's a skeleton further behind me, where Marlov is already going, and one still injured in front of me. Is that right?
Yeah, there's one right next to you that's badly hurt. There are two more right across the hall from you, and that's where Marlov just went over to.
Okay, so at first I'm gonna swing at the skeleton in front of me.
I can, Jen, but I don't want to. I want to have it push to talk for Discord. For various reasons, but one of which is so that I can speak to the stream, or I can speak to them, and those two things are separate. Like right now, I'm only speaking to you. To anybody that's watching the stream, they can't hear me right now. All right, so you swing. It raises a little shard of a metal buckler still attached to its forearm and deflects your blow. If it was a living creature, it might look at you with a look of defiance. It might sneer at you. This, however, is the implacability of the undead. It doesn't care whether you hit it or not. It just knows that it must extinguish your life force. And it will try to do so, but not yet. Are you going to move or are you going to stay where you are?
I think I'm gonna stay where I am and hold off the next skeleton.
Okay. That makes it skeleton number 3. That's the first one that came through. That's the one you just attacked. That one is going to attack you back. Turns its strangely calm skeletal gaze upon you. Sizes you up for a moment, and suddenly thrusts with its jagged, rusty blade. But you easily bat the crude attack aside with a skillful parry. No problem. And it's not going to move anywhere. It's just standing there facing you. Then, Skeletal 4, that's the one that came down and attacked Ilthyra originally. That one, that's the one that you shot, and it has your bolt sticking out of its chest. And now, it wants to run down the hallway after you, but it now has a halfling fighter right in its face, and if it does, it will be attacked. So it's just going to turn and attack the halfling instead. And by the halfling, I mean Marlov. 13 certainly isn't going to hit you. Its crude weapon bounces off your shield, not even causing a scratch. Then the other one that's standing next to Marlov decides to get slick and thinks that because you're being attacked by the other one, it can get away. And it's going to try to scoot down the hall, chasing the two ranged attackers. But it doesn't realize that it's not as slick as it thinks, and you do get an attack of opportunity against it as it tries to get away from you.
Nice.
What are you using, a club still?
Yes, I've still got my club out.
Alright, so as it turns away from you, you swing out, taking advantage of the opening in its defenses with your club, and connect right on its bony hip. Roll your damage. A humble strike, but again, at least it's bludgeoning, so it does double damage, so the skeleton will take 6 from that. And as you strike it, it changes its mind and simply turns and swings back in a retaliatory strike against you. But it's off balance from you sending a forceful blow against its hip, sending cracks through its bone structure, chips of bone dropping to the ground. It swings around, tries to cut you in the head, but it's not even close. You're too short. You're too short for it. You just feel its blade whoosh through the air above your head. And finally, the last skeleton, which is dead and does nothing because you've already destroyed it. So, that brings us to Althira's turn.
Alright. I'm going to shoot my crossbow at the one that attacked the fighter.
That doesn't narrow it down.
Yeah. I'm working on it. Like the one that attacked me. I'm attacking again.
Okay, got it. You can make that attack. Ooh, critical hit. How you like that shit? Yes, you got another critical hit. That is going to do a lot of damage.
It is.
So you roll 2 of the weapons. Yeah, you know how to do it. Oh. A palpable hit. Okay. Take careful aim. Release your crossbow bolt. It flies straight and true and connects right with the center of the skeleton's skull. And the force of the bolt causes its skull to simply shatter. And the rest of its skeletal body just loses all of its essence and collapses with a clatter of bones. Another one down.
Boom.
Boom, headshot. Nicely done. You gonna stay where you are?
Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. And finally, we come to Thuraga's turn. How will you embarrass yourself this time? That's a good question.
I mean, you are following up a critical, so...
Yeah. Tough act to follow. You need to get a microphone, Saito, for reals. PriceIsRightLosingHorn.com. This time, you have your footing set. You take aim. You whirl the sling over your head. You are sure this time that you've got it. With impressive form, you reach out with your arm. The sling bullet flies through the air, straight and true, and then passes 2 inches above the skeleton's head. But when it strikes the wall, you feel sure that the wall felt pain. I guess that's it for you then. I would say nicely done, but, you know, it wasn't. Okay. That makes it Norian's turn again. Now you know the pain of all D&D players. At some times during their D&D playing career, they have had times when they rolled nothing but bad rolls. Again and again. It happens. Norian. AKA Andrew. If you're talking, I can't hear you. Why is Discord suddenly acting up? You're not like... Are you using the app? Is everybody using the actual downloaded app?
Yup.
Alright, you try to bite it, but it takes a step back and it throws up its jagged sword, fends you off, kind of jabs the sword at your face, and you're forced to pull back and not able to get a telling strike in.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, can hear you now.
Good.
I don't know
Okay.
what the problem is.
Well, I'm just
Are you using
gonna...
the app?
And,
Okay,
yeah, I'm using the app, so I don't know what's going on.
weird. I don't know either. Sorry. Okay, so you missed. You gonna stay where you are?
Yeah.
Alrighty then, that makes it Marlove's turn again. Also known as the Crusher.
Okay, I advance on the one skeleton remaining in front of me, looking deliberately from my club to it, and I make my...
Alright, sounds good.
Of course, sometimes I get a little overconfident and, oops.
Apparently you spent too much time looking at your club and not at your target. Because you swing blindly. The skeleton looks like it's all ready to parry your blow, but then it doesn't even have to. Good try, though. Good effort. We call that pulling a Saito. That makes it Grace's turn. Grace Thyra. That'd be funny, Saito. No more Mighty Duodon. Grace. Sam. Hello? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Sam, are you still here? Can you hear me? I haven't seen his thing lighting up as though he's trying to talk. I'm not sure what's happening right now. Sam! Hello! Are you here? Okay, well, I don't know. He doesn't seem to be responding for the moment. I guess we'll come back to him. Now for the skeletons.
Yeah, Sam just disconnected from chat unless you kicked him.
No, I didn't kick him. Oh, maybe that means he'll reconnect here in a second. Or something. Well, one of these skeletons, he's gonna look at his sword, then look at you. This is Marlov, of course. That misses, doesn't it? With your shield?
It does.
Wow, you got a great AC. Alright, you block that one with your shield. It thrusts in, quick and fast, towards your throat. Thinks it's going to hit you, and at the last second, you execute an excellent block with your shield and knock its sword away. It almost drops it. The other one is attacking Grace Thyra, whose player is not here at the moment. But we'll see if he hits or not anyway. That's gonna be a miss anyway. So Grace Thyra again parries, no problem. Doesn't even need the player to be here to be blocking blows. So there, now that the skeletons are done, it's Isle's turn. Althira, aka Bagel.
Sorry, I just zoned out for a second. I'm going to be shooting at the one that attacked me initially. Oh wait, I killed him.
Now that one's dead.
Yep, okay.
There's one by Grace Thyra that's almost dead, and there's one by Marlov that's hurt but not almost dead.
I'll kill the one by Grace Thyra.
Okay. Take your shot. Fortunately, you've been shown how not to do it by Saito, so...
Nice.
$15 will hit. Roll that beautiful bean footage. or damage, if you prefer. Remember those old commercials for, like, Bush's Baked Beans? I think it was for Bush's Baked Beans. And they had, like, a
I do.
talking dog or something, and the dog was like, roll that beautiful bean footage. I don't even know why I remember that. Okay. Yet another skeleton falls to the incredibly accurate crossbow bolts of the Dragonborn Ranger. You hit it right in the chest, and its arms and head fall off. The rest of the bones crumple to the ground. No longer animated. Another one bites the dust.
I have really terrible stats, but probably have the most kills here.
Yeah, you're kicking ass. You're the anti-Cyto. After that, it is Thuraga's turn. Thuraga, Cyto, there is one enemy left. Can you redeem yourself? You know what their armor class is, Cyto? Do you know what their armor class is? I see you hit a 13 there. No, I'm just fucking with you. It is 13. You hit. Did you just roll 2 1s? That's amazing. But taking your 1, adding 3 would be 4 damage, but it's doubled because it's bludgeoning, which means it's 8. Do you know how many hit points that one has left, Cyto? You know how many hit points it has left? Only 7! You actually killed something! Taking even more careful aim this time after your failure the last time. You whip a sling bullet down the hall with great speed. And it rushes right past the skeleton. Hits the wall, banks off, ricochets back, and crushes the skeleton's skull. And the last one falls. Now, the hallway is simply full of one dead griffin and several piles of bones and rotten armor. None of which are moving.
I'd like to also check for loot.
Alright, you guys don't have to roll anything. You pick over the skeletons and their pile of filthy, disgusting junk that they had on them, and you find nothing of any value whatsoever.
That sucks.
And yet it occurs to you that you have not yet explored the room that they were guarding. You saw 6, Cyto, and you guys just fought 4, so draw your own conclusions.
I just love Battle Sequence so much.
You just love what so much?
Battles.
Ah, yeah. Battles are good. So, what are you guys doing? Lido says, okay,
Well-
that's done. So, what shall we do about the last two?
So if you guys want to climb up, I'll hang around just one final act as Spider before turning back into a gnome and hopefully having you guys pull me up there.
Sounds good.
So, who's going in first?
I'll go in first.
Yeah, you guys can take a quick rest if you want.
How are people doing health-wise? I mean, I'm fine because I'm about to leave Spider mode.
Some damage has been taken, but not an excessive amount, I don't think. Norian's down 1. Duraga's down 7. Grace Thyra's down 11, and he hasn't come back, has he?
No, he's also not in the game anymore.
Actually, he's not down 11, he's down 1. Marlov is down 10, and Eelthyra is down 5.
I wouldn't spend a hit die on it.
But certain things, like, I don't know, none of you really used any... Well, like Nox, you used one of your maneuvers. If you do a short rest, you get that back. I don't think anyone else really used any other abilities. Of course, also, Norian, you get your uses of Wild Shape back when you do a short rest as well.
I have 2 per... I can use 2 without having a short rest.
Yeah, you can use 2. So right now you've used 1 of them. If you did take a short rest,
Gotcha.
then you'd have 2 again. But you guys don't have to take a short rest, of course. You can do whatever you want. It's Dungeons and Dragons. The only limit is your imagination.
I'd say we go get the last 2 skeletons and we can take a rest in the large room afterwards if needed.
I agree.
I'm agree with that.
That would be a tie between the 2 halfling fighters. They both have 20 with their shields. Of course, one of them's gone now.
Are we going to continue playing with them as one of our kind of group controlled, or how we want to handle that?
I wish I knew whether or not he was coming back. He didn't say anything, right?
Just kind of disappeared on us.
I mean, he might have had connection issues or whatever.
Do you guys know him from before at all, or is he new?
Nope. Nope. He's new. Well, for now, we'll just proceed without him in the group. And if he comes back, he comes back. Otherwise, he's just gone.
Sounds good to me.
the dungeon scales to however many people you actually have in your group. Because each encounter is rolled at the moment, at the time, and each one is rolled based on how many people are here. So it's not like all the fights are going to be harder now because one person's missing.
Marlov is fine getting up there on top of the in the passage and going ahead toward those skeletons if we want to do that.
Okay.
I'll follow right behind him.
Who said that, Bagel?
Yep.
Okay. Who's going to come after that?
Then it would be Threga, and then once they've all climbed up, I'll go ahead and turn back to gnome form and have them pull me up.
Okay. You could pretty much just climb up there as a spider and then, like, transform and pull yourself into the hole as you were transforming into a gnome, essentially. You wouldn't really need any help.
Sure. Let's go for that.
Okay, so then we know that Nox is in front. Marlov is in the front, crawling forward. I guess you've got your shield. You're small, so you can crawl through here with your shield equipped. If you were medium, I would say you couldn't, but you're small, so you can do it. And you get to the other end of the little passage, and you kind of look into the room. Now, you're a halfling, right? So you don't have dark vision?
Right.
Do you have a light source with you?
I do have that lamp.
Alright, so are you carrying the lamp then in one hand, and you've got your shield in the other as you're crawling forward?
Yes.
Okay. So you come to the end of the thing, your lamp light shines in there. It's a very dimly lit room. You see this strange wall built up around the center of the room. And immediately you see several skeletons with bows. And as they see you there, they are going to open fire. But we have to roll initiative, because they aren't surprising you.
Do you want people in the tunnel to also roll initiative?
Yeah, everyone can roll initiative, but anybody that would go before you will essentially be skipped for the first round. Alright, what did Norian get?
7.
7?
Yeah. I've got -1 when I'm in my gnome form.
What did Marlov get?
15.
What did Ilthira get?
20.
Nice. And what did Thuraga get?
21.
So last time he went last, this time he goes first. And the last shall be first. Jesus
Woo,
called
go
it.
team.
What's your initiative bonus, Marlov?
+2.
Okay. So we'll skip Thuraga because he doesn't get to act till next round. She doesn't get to act till next round because she's not in the actual fight yet, per se. Same with Ilthyra. So one of the skeletons... It's going to take aim and fire before you even come out of the hole. Now, your advantage in this situation is that you have half cover because you're partially blocked by the stone of the passage. That'll essentially raise your armor class by 2, making it very difficult for you to be hit. Wow. Wow. So, I was like, man, they'd have to roll a 22 to hit you. And then I just rolled a natural 20. That's a critical hit. So somehow, past the stone, past your shield, this arrow shot from this shoddy, almost falling apart short bow sails forward, and you feel it dig its way across the top of your scalp, and you feel blood running down your forehead into your eyes, and you take 7 points of piercing damage. That's Marlov, of course. Everybody can still hear me, right?
Loud and clear.
Did you heal up since the last fight?
No, I did not.
Okay, so now you're down to 6 hit points.
Yes.
Okay. Good to know. Do any of you have any actual healing spells? The only ones that would be the Ranger or the Bard, and I don't think either of you actually do. You have Goodberry. The Ranger has Goodberry, which can heal people, but it's not like you can just cast it on someone.
How does that work exactly, by the way?
You cast a spell and it creates these 10 berries, magical berries, and a person that eats one gets a hit point back. And they last for a day.
Okay. I just didn't know if I had to, like, get the berries beforehand or not.
No, it creates the berries. You don't have to have actual berries.
Okay. Well, that makes my life easier.
Is it possible to drink a healing potion while in combat?
Oh yeah, of course. That would take your action, but you can definitely drink a healing potion if you need to. Okay. So, after that happens, which is very painful, and you know how scalp injuries are, they hurt really bad and they bleed a lot. So you've got a lot of blood coming into your face. But you're a skillful combatant, you won't let that distract you. It is now your turn, in fact, Marlov.
Okay, I'm going to advance to the end of the tunnel and jump down.
Alright, you're able to do that with no problem. You land on your feet. I'm not going to make you make a roll or anything.
Okay. I'd like to get into the room a bit, probably about as far as I can go, uncontested, to give the other party members room to get down.
Alright, you move forward some. It took about half your movement getting out of the tunnel into the ground. So you could move another, 10 or 12 feet or something into the room, which would put you about halfway to where the skeletons are.
Okay. Am I able to drink a potion?
Yeah, if you're not going to use your action for anything else, you can definitely pull out a potion and drink it, yes.
I think I'm going to go ahead.
What are you doing with the lamp? Because you're going to have a free hand for that. And one of your hands is taken up with your shield.
When I got out of the hole, I put the lamp, set it over by the corner over there.
Okay, fair enough. And you drink a potion that will heal you for 2d4 plus 2 hit points. You can go ahead and roll that.
That works. I'm back to 13.
Okay. Okay. Saito's giving you one of his points of inspiration. So Saito now has 2 inspiration, and you now have 2 inspiration. Remember that you can use that at any time to give yourself advantage on a roll.
Okay.
And now, one of the other skeletons, now that you've kind of moved out a bit, is going to move back 30 feet. Back towards one of those doors on the other side of the room. And fire its short bow at you. You no longer have cover, so it's just going to be against your straight-up normal armor class, but your armor class is very good, so... Wow, I'm rolling very well, unfortunately for you. Okay. Arrow comes streaking towards you, and you're unable to really defend yourself against it because the skeleton has moved back far enough that it's out of your visual range. In fact, it actually should have had advantage on that attack roll. But it hits you anyway. And you just see the arrow too late. And it thuds into your shoulder. You take 5 piercing damage. You've got an arrow sticking in you. And it hurts. It hurts quite a bit. And
It's
now,
like a pincushion.
another one of the skeletons goes. This one will also back up. This one's backing up to the north. Backs up into the darkness, because remember, the lamplight only covers 15 feet from the corner of bright light and then 30 more feet of dim light. The skeleton is now about 40 feet to the north. 40 feet from the edge of... So really it's almost 60 feet back from the lamp. So anyway, the skeleton moves back into the shadows beyond what you can see because you don't have dark vision, and takes a shot at you with advantage. But this time your instincts save you. You're a little more prepared this time as the arrow streaks out of the darkness. You duck down and it just passes over you, harmlessly. How on earth is Nox still up? I don't know. Nox is a crazy person. Nox just does it. Like he just gives a fuck. Okay, Norian. It is now your turn. Of course, you're in the back, so these others are in your way. Oh, the druid. Wait a minute. You have to decide what spells you have prepared. I don't know if you did that. You probably didn't do that. I just remembered you have spells. You have first and second level spells that you can cast, and you can prepare any ones from the druid list you want. It means you could definitely have healing spells if you want.
Is this working again?
Yeah, now it's working.
But no, so I don't know how spell prep works.
Okay,
Is that
So
something when upon
so as-
character creation, or
no, this is something you do in the game. I mean, you'll already have whatever spells you want prepared. You prepare your spells during a long rest. That's when you get your spells back, or can change them. You get to start with 4 spells prepared, and that's of your first and second level spells. And you can pick from any spells that are on the druid list in the player's handbook for first to second level. And then you can cast 4 first level and 2 second level spells, like per day, or not per day, per long rest, essentially. So you might want to look that over. I didn't even think about that until now.
I was gonna say I probably have some heals in there somewhere, like cure wounds.
Yeah, that is one of the spells you could have. Or healing word, or both, or there's lots. You have a player's handbook, right?
Yeah, I've got the handbook up in front of me here, but I don't want to hold this up too much and sit here trying to read over all of these. So I'm trying to think what the best way to handle this would be from a not slowing things down too much while I then look over those in the gap.
Well, you're kind of in the back of the tunnel. The others are in your way, so there's really not much you can do right now.
So, yeah, I mean, really throwing a heal on someone would be probably either throwing a heal on someone, or if I have any ranged spells, casting something from the back.
Yeah, from where you are, you definitely cannot see into the room.
So I probably can't even heal down into the room either. And no one currently still in the tunnel's all that damaged, actually, so...
Yeah, so you could just delay your turn.
Okay, I'll just delay, I guess.
Alright. So then we come to the last skeleton, who's going to do the same thing the other skeletons did. Back up to the north, into the darkness. Alright, see you when you get back, Saito. Back up into the darkness and take a shot at Marlov. Oh my goodness. Wow, I rolled 2 20s! 2 20s! On an advantage roll. That's amazing. It's not great for you, unfortunately, Nox. It's not so fun for you. So another arrow comes out of the darkness. You try to duck, but it catches you. The point of the arrow catches you right on the ear. And it partially rips your ear free. I mean, your ear is still hanging on there, but it partially got ripped off. And blood is just gushing down the side of your neck now. And it's extremely painful. That's 6 more points of piercing damage. Which will put you down to 2 hit points. So, I hope you like piercings, because you just got one. Hey, sometimes it gets grim, Jen. Sometimes this is just, you know, in the dungeon. Sometimes shit gets serious. Yeah, I know, that was an amazing roll. Sorry, Nox, that's tough. But you're still up, and that's what's important. Keep in mind, Nox, you have an ability called Second Wind. You might want to look into that. I'll sum it up for you here. Once per short rest, which means you can essentially do this every fight, you can use a Second Wind. It's a bonus action on your turn. You can't do it off your turn, but you get 1d10 plus your fighter level hit points back. So on your turn, you can use a bonus action to heal yourself for 1d10 plus 3, essentially. You also have another cool thing you can do once per fight, or once per short rest, called Action Surge, which gives you an extra additional action for your turn. So those are good things fighters can do that you'll want to take advantage of.
Definitely.
Boss Pie, Nox got critically hit again, and he's almost dead. Okay. These skeletons are... You are experiencing the rough side of being the one who goes in first. But good job. You're doing your job as a tank, as a fighter. You're taking it for the team. And up next, we come to the top of the round, and it is now Tharaga's turn. He's got one person in front of him. You got the Dragonborn in front of you. So you can't see into the room yet. You can just delay and take your turn right after he gets out of your way. Okay. So you're delaying. Now it's Eilthyra's turn. You're the one that's actually in front now. But you're not right up by the hole yet.
Guess I'm going to exit the hole.
Alright, so you crawl through. You hop down right next to... Oh no, he moved up some. Marlov moved up some, so you're not right next to Marlov. You're by the wall.
Okay.
Alright, that's going to take pretty much all your movement, because the crawling you're moving at half speed. But you can still take an action.
Alright. So if I fire into the dark, I would have to roll at a disadvantage, right?
Yeah, because you don't have dark vision. All four of them are in the dark. In fact, you don't even know where they are. You can fire. You can fire blindly at where you think one of them might be.
Huh. Maybe I'll just prepare an action, like not do anything, just finish my turn.
Alright, I mean, you can ready an action to fire once you see or otherwise identify the location of a target. If one of them attacks from the darkness, you'll be able to pinpoint where they are. And you could then attack. You'd still have disadvantage because you can't see them, but you'd know where they are. Is that what you want to do? Wait, just basically wait until you have a shot?
Yeah.
Okay, you're doing that. No problem. Alright, now one of the skeletons is going to take a shot. So then after this happens, you can take your shot at it. Saito's got a couple questions. Can you use your sling from the hole? No. And if so, can Norian get by you? Not really. Not well. Well, yeah, they could, but it'd be difficult. And time-consuming. Yeah, I'm going to say you definitely cannot use a sling from, like, a prone position in a hole. Because you gotta whip that thing around your head, over your head. If you had a crossbow, you could use that from the hole. do have a crossbow, actually, don't you?
He does.
Yeah, so your best bet is honestly to get out of the hole. Anyway, one of the skeletons is going to fire at Marlov again. They like picking on Marlov. I whip my sling back and forth. I whip my sling back and forth. Yeah. You're like Will Smith's daughter. Oh my god, wow. I'm so lucky and you are so unlucky. He manages to just hit you. Another arrow comes out of the darkness. You get your shield up, actually, and partially deflect it. But it bounces off the top of your shield and still manages to cut its way across your cheek. Just the edge of the arrow. The cut is deeper, however, than you think. And between that and all of the other blood that you've lost, the 5 damage that you take right now is going to reduce you to 0 hit points. Which means you immediately fall unconscious. And you are dying. Somebody's gone down for the first time. Man, that was a lot of lucky rolls against you, because your armor class is super good. Now, one of them has just fired, so you, by hearing and by seeing where the arrow came from, you now have a pinpointed location of where to attack Bagel. So you can take your shot now. You'll be doing it with disadvantage.
That's fine.
Alright, Spare the Dying, you have to touch them to cast it. And it just heals them 1 hit point if they're at 0.
Is it a full action?
Yeah, it is a full action.
How do I keep the lowest one? Or do I just have to roll twice separately?
I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to do it. I'm sure there probably is, but I don't know how. So just roll it twice or whatever. There are other options besides Spare the Dying as well. You guys all have healer's kits. Those can be used. Also, you can force feed somebody a potion. Or, of course, there's actual healing spells, which I think the only one who's going to have that is the druid at this point.
I have 13.
13 is actually exactly what you needed to hit.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll get him up and try to heal him at least a little bit here.
I do 5 damage.
That's piercing damage, right?
It is.
Five piercing damage. Alright, you hear a sound of your bolt hitting in the darkness. There is, of course, no cry of pain because these are undead, and they feel nothing. Okay. You can now take your delayed turn, Thuraga. Yeah, you can call out the locations of the enemies. They'll still have disadvantage to shoot them because they can't see them, but they'll at least be able to attack the correct area because you can tell them where they are. Alright, you jump out and you're right next to Ilthyra now. On the ground, by the wall, under the hole. Alright, you see the stone wall thing in the middle of the room, and the two skeletons are to the north, about 40-50 feet to the north of you, and two skeletons are about 40-50 feet to the west, all the way back over by the southernmost of the two doors. And they all have bows out. Alright, so crawling out the way you did and coming down, you're not going to have enough movement left to actually get into short range with the sling, because they're far enough back. So this round, if you're going to attack with the sling, you're going to have to do it at long range. And they're all basically equidistant to you, so... One of them has been hit by a crossbow bolt. The other three are untouched. It means you'll be attacking with disadvantage. If you want to, you could spend a point of inspiration to cancel that. But I don't know if that'll be worth it or not. Could be. Could be worth it. If you're able to take one of them down. Good night, Jen. Thanks for coming by. Have a good one. I'll see you next time. Hopefully I'll see your stream at some point. You gotta start streaming something besides The Witcher 3. Because I want to watch your stream, but I don't want Witcher 3 spoilers. Anyway, have a good night. Yes, if you choose to dash instead of attacking, you can have double movement, which means you can definitely get up close into range. The one that's been hit, that is one of the ones that went to the west, toward the door. So you're basically running west toward the door. And that is your turn. I don't know if there's any bonus actions you can do. There might be. You might be able to give someone Bardic Inspiration, which is a pretty handy thing you can do as a bard. Yeah, as a bonus action, you can give one creature other than yourself within 60 feet of you Bardic Inspiration, and they get a d6 Inspiration die that they can roll and add to any roll they make. And you can do that a number of times equal to your Charisma modifier before you have to rest. Alright, so Eothara, you have a Bardic Inspiration die. So the next d20 roll you make... Well, it doesn't have to be the next one, actually. You can save it up if you want. But at some point within the next 10 minutes, you can roll an extra d6 on top of your d20 roll. Okay. So that will pretty much be your turn. It is Marlove's turn. Now, you are down, Marlove. Which means you have to make a death saving throw.
Okay, is that a straight 1d20?
That is a straight 1d20. You could use inspiration, as he suggests, if you wish to, which would let you roll 2 d20.
Alright, I'll do that.
Alright, somebody's finally used some inspiration.
And I felt
You have
really
one
inspired.
remaining. You have one remaining. And, oh, wow, an 8 and a 4. That is unfortunate. Okay, you have one death saving throw failure. When you have 3 failures, you die. If you become stabilized, though, it resets that. And you'll become stabilized if anyone heals you or if someone uses a medicine check on you. Or if you get 3 successes on death saves, you also stabilize. So you want to get 3 successes before 3 failures, but ideally someone will help you before then. Ideally.
I gotcha.
And that's your turn. Skeleton 2. This is the other one that's over to the west. And now it has a new target, as Tharaga has come running over there. So it's going to fire at you. Now, fortunately for you, Tharaga, you have dark vision, so you can see it, so it does not get advantage to attack you. Also, it rolled very poorly. So your luck is starting to turn. It aims at the dwarf running its way. It fires an arrow. But it doesn't even get close. The arrow sails off into the darkness. Hits the wall in the middle of the room. And Skeleton 4 goes, which is one of the ones to the north. This one can't see Tharaga because you've run to the west and that wall is in the way. So it's not going to shoot Marlov because Marlov is down, which means the only person it can see is Ilthyra. So it's going to shoot at Ilthyra. Nah, it didn't hit Nox in the head. But it misses as well. In fact, it misses very badly. It fumbles. Breaks its bowstring. If it was a living person, it might show some signs of frustration, but it is simply a mindless undead, so it just drops the bow and pulls out its sword. And moves in your direction. So that's skeleton number 4. Moves towards you, but it doesn't actually get up close enough to you to attack or to hinder you yet. Next is Norian's turn. Still in the tunnel.
I will emerge from the tunnel and head over to our good friend Marlov. At which point I will use as my primary action. I will help. What's the dying one? Spare the dying.
On. Let me stop you there. Because you were the one furthest back in the tunnel, and crawling through the tunnel puts you at half movement, it's going to take you your entire movement just to get out of the tunnel. At that point, you can dash as your action and move the rest of the way, or you can take an action that doesn't require you to move anywhere else. But you're not able to get into touch range of Marlov yet.
Since my last action was just delaying my turn, would it be possible to use that as following up the people as they left the tunnel? I basically kind of missed an entire round just sitting in the tunnel.
Yeah, sure. I'd say you could have followed them up as they moved forward. Why not?
Okay. So can I make it to Marlov now with starting basically at the tunnel right behind them rushing out?
Yep, you can.
Okay. So then I will spare the dying as my main action, and I will use one of my totally prepared spells, because I knew what they were, as the one of the heals, a small heal, I think it's a 1d4, let me check here, is a bonus action.
Yeah, that's healing word. That one's actually, you can do at range. You don't even have to touch for that one. That one's got a 30-foot range, I think.
But don't I have to touch him anyways to get to spare the dying?
Yes.
Okay. So I will still go use all my action to get to him, spare the dying on him, and then I will healing... what did we just call that one? Healing word.
Now, you have the option of casting it at a higher level than first. You can use a second level spell slot if you want, which will let it do 2d4 plus your ability modifier instead of 1, or you can just cast it as a first level spell. It's up to you.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and cast it as a second level so he doesn't go right down again.
Alright, so whatever your spell casting ability modifier is, that'd be your wisdom modifier. That's plus 1.
Okay,
so you're rolling
1.
2d4 plus 1 is what you're rolling. And that uses up one of your second level slots. Ooh, nice roll. So first you healed him for 1 with Spare the Dying, then you healed him for 8, so he's back up to 9 hit points. Nicely done.
Welcome back, Marlov.
Yay, thank you.
There's still a little bit of his ear that's not attached, but it's not flopping about. It's partially healed back on. Moves. Yeah, Vospy. Okay, so that was helpful. You're lucky you guys actually got a character that could heal in your group. The testing group didn't have anybody that could heal in their party. Actually, for random characters, you guys got a pretty good group. You got 2 fighters with really good AC, you got a character that can heal and be a badass animal person, and you got a bard with amazing stats. You got some pretty solid characters, really. I mean, they're not as good as if you'd all designed your own characters and optimized them and all that, obviously, but you didn't do too badly as far as characters for the group. Okay, so that's going to do it for your turn. And next is the final skeleton to the north. Let's see, who's this one going to shoot at? Marlov is still down. This one's going to shoot at the druid that just appeared, the gnome. But its arrow doesn't come anywhere close to you. It clatters against the back wall and snaps in half. So that brings us back to the first skeleton's turn. Does the bear do bludgeoning damage? I don't think so, no. I don't think any of the animal forms do bludgeoning damage. The bear kicks ass, though. Even without bludgeoning damage. Alright, so the first skeleton, this is the one that has a crossbow bolt sticking in him. To the west, this one attacks Thuraga. And misses you. Barely. So the arrow, you feel an impact as it kind of hits you on the side, but then you look down and you realize that it failed to penetrate your studded leather armor, and you are safe.
Quick aside, where has Shoot the Hyena been this game?
Just hanging out by your side. Unless you specifically order it to do something, it doesn't do anything. And if you have it attack, that uses up your action.
Gotcha.
But you can tell it to move when you move without it taking up any action of yours. So generally it just stays right by your side. It goes where you go. Unless you tell it to move somewhere specific.
Nope, it's fine with me.
Okay. So, skeleton fires at Thuraga and misses. Now it's Eel's turn again. Eelthyra. You've got a lot of targets. You can't see them, but you've been told where they are by the dwarf, so you can target.
Alright, well, guess I'm going to target the one closest to the door.
Alright, so there's two of them over there. And one of them you have already hit with a crossbow bolt. The other one you have not.
Guess I'm going for the one that I already damaged.
Sounds good. Roll with disadvantage. Unless you want to use inspiration to cancel it.
Not worth it.
That was a good roll. That was also a good roll. Nice. So, even though you can't see the skeleton, you remember where you fired your last crossbow bolt, and you aim at just the right spot again, and you let off another crossbow bolt, and you are rewarded with the sound of cracking bone. 7 damage, piercing. You definitely hear bones crack from the impact of the bolt, but you do not hear the telltale sound of the skeleton collapsing and falling to the ground. And Thuraga, you can see that it did not fall, but it looks like it's on its last legs. You gonna move anywhere, Ranger?
Nope.
Okay, yeah, you're in a pretty good spot.
I would agree.
Oh. Okay. I don't know if you have any useful spells or anything. Or...
Yes, kind of. I have Hunter's Mark.
That's a pretty good spell.
But
also, you have... What do you have for your... Oh, you're a Beastmaster, right? You don't have the other thing. Okay.
what other thing?
If you were the other kind of ranger, the hunter ranger, instead of the Beastmaster, you'd have like another kind of special ability that would affect some of your attacks, but you don't. Hunter's Mark's a pretty great spell, though.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it takes a full action to cast or not, though.
I can quickly check that.
Anyway, you're good to go for now, so it's the Raga's turn. Sido, Sido, So Sido, Banana, Bana, Bobido, Fee, Fi, Fo, Fido, Sido. What are you gonna fuck up this round? I mean, what are you gonna do? Oh, he's coming back with a vengeance. Now that will certainly hit. Very nice. Alright, that was the one that had already been shot by a couple crossbow bolts. It's already weakened. You sling that bullet so hard that it strikes right in the center of the skeleton's chest, and the whole thing just disintegrates, basically. Every piece of it just bursts and falls apart from the others, and you hear the clatter of bones across a 10-foot radius area. Bones flying everywhere. And yeah, it's dead. Nicely done. Fire Snake is going to be so jealous. You have the silver sling of Duodon. Alright, so... yeah, you're in range of the other one. The other one to the west. You got some special moves in mind, or what? You stay where you are? Okay. Would you like to use one of your super awesome spells, such as... You got some bad spells. I mean, a couple of your spells are okay, but like your second level spell, would you like to cast Locate Animals or Plants? It's a terrible spell. A terrible spell. Dude, you've got Herb Mastery and Bardsmanship. Your character is a lot like Fire Snake. Alright. Up next is Marlov, and you are now conscious, but you are lying prone on the ground. Oh, you give Nox some Bardic Inspiration? Alright, nice. You now have a D6 Inspiration die that you can use at some point. It's a little bit confusing because Bardic Inspiration is called Inspiration, and then the Inspiration normal thing is called Inspiration. Oh, did somebody just... I think we just lost...
I did. Again.
It's okay. Did you drop your mouse again? That'd be hilarious if so.
No, I'm trying to manage multiple tabs and keep messing that up.
Oh yeah, tell me about it. I have a million tabs and windows and all kinds of stuff. It's difficult. Okay, anyway. Bardic Inspiration has been handed out. Welcome back in. It is Marlov's turn. Nox.
As I feel life start to return to me, I take some deep breaths, try to move my fingers and toes and get life moving back into it as I focus on getting a second wind. I'd like to apply my inspiration and Bardic Inspiration to that.
Alright, you can't apply anything to that because it's not a D20 roll.
Ah, okay. Then I would like to apply nothing else to that.
But you can roll it anyway and do a D10 plus 3 healing to yourself with just a bonus action. Pretty great. Not the best roll, but hey, 5 extra hit points is 5 extra hit points.
That works for me. I'd like to stand up.
Okay, that takes up half of your movement. You can do out the other half of your movement and your regular action still.
I'd like to spend the rest of my turn retrieving that lamp, which I'll keep in one hand with my shield with the other, and get as close to the skeletons as I can.
Okay, so it'll take the other half of your movement to go to the corner where the lamp is. You get the lamp. Now, you have your regular action. You could use that action to dash, which would give you a whole other movement worth of movement.
I'll go ahead and dash.
Now, are you going to go towards the skeleton to the west or the two skeletons to the north?
The two to the north.
Okay, so if you move your full, 25 feet, I think is your movement range?
Yes.
That will get you...
Without falling into the pit, of course.
Oh, the pit has a whole wall around it, so you can't fall into it.
Okay.
Let's see, their lamp is 15 plus... Okay, you have now got both of those skeletons are now in the circle of the dim light of the lamp. They're not in the bright light yet, but they're in the dim light. So they are visible to everyone. But not well visible unless you have dark vision.
Okay. I think that'll do it for me for the moment.
Okay, sounds good. I mean, if you absolutely wanted to, you could use your action surge and take a whole nother movement and get right up next to him. But you might want to save that. It's up to you.
Actually, I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay, so you use your action surge, which gives you a whole extra bonus not a bonus action, but a regular action. And you use that to move again. And now you're like right up in their face with the lamp. So they're both brightly lit now.
Okay, that works.
Cool. Okay, good stuff. Up next, we have skeleton number 2. That is one of the ones that went west. So that one is going to attack Thuraga. Wait. Oh, yeah. $14 misses you, doesn't it? Ha! It misses you because you upgraded your armor. If you hadn't bought that new armor, that would have hit you. Very nice. Okay, excellent. The arrow flies your direction. The point strikes right upon one of the metal studs of your leather and deflects off. Cuts a tiny gouge in the leather, but not too bad. And you are unharmed. That skeleton is actually going to go ahead and drop his bow, or put it away, and pull out his sword. And move up to you. So that skeleton has moved up into melee range to engage you, Saito. After firing. Yeah, that skeleton is a bastard, you're right. Finally, next is skeleton number 4. This is the one that had broke his bowstring and had pulled his sword out. Was moving forward, but now it has Marlov up in the mix, so it's going to attack Marlov with his sword. But you laugh. You laugh! And easily bat the crude swing away with your shield. That makes it Norian's turn.
Alright, am I over 20 feet away from the nearest skeleton, having been where Marlove's body was? Or am I basically right next to him?
You are more than 20 feet away from any of the skeletons.
Okay, then I will transform into tiger form and pounce at one of the skeletons.
All right, do you want to go for the one to the west that's next to Thuraga, or one of the ones to the north? There's one to the north kind of closer to you that's right next to... Actually, no, they're both back there next to Marlov to the north, and then there's one to the west that's on the dwarf. Hello?
Sorry, so I will go for the one by Marlov. So I will pounce, which means the target must succeed on a DC 13 strength saving throw, or be knocked prone.
Alright, so roll your attack.
Well, wait, but for a DC 13 strength saving throw, I roll?
Well, you have to hit them first, and then they make the saving throw if you hit.
I don't think pounce is the attack itself. For pounce, it's a movement at them, and then if I succeed in knocking them prone, then I take a bonus action attack.
Let me take a look at the actual... You're a tiger, right?
Yeah, so it's on page 311.
Alright, if the tiger moves at least 20 feet straight toward a creature and then hits it with a claw attack on the same turn, the target must succeed on a DC 13 strength save or be knocked prone. So you do have to hit it with a claw attack first.
Okay.
Then it saves, and if it's prone, then you get an extra free bite attack against it after that.
Gotcha. Okay. So I will claw attack first then.
Oh, critical hit! How you like that shit?
So then I roll a 1d8 plus 3.
But you actually roll 2d8 because you got a crit. Wow.
Now, can I used to transform, that was my bonus action. Do I still get this bonus action for successfully knocking it down, or am I limited in the number of bonuses per turn?
Each person can only take one bonus action on their turn, no matter how many bonus actions they might be able to take.
Okay.
But don't worry about it, because you just killed that skeleton. You're not going to need to use the bonus action against it.
Perfect.
So you run over there in tiger form, pounce at the skeleton, lash out with your claw, and just rake downwards, and all of the fury and strength and weight of your tiger form just overwhelms it, and bones just go skidding across the floor, and you've completely just annihilated it. Killed it straight from full health to dead.
Alright, and I will end my turn there.
Yeah, that was nice. That critical hit really put in some work. Okay. So now there's one more skeleton to act. That's the other one that's over there next to you and Marlov. So this one sees this new threatening tiger come over and crush its companion. And it still has its bow out. it is going to switch to its sword. Switch to its sword and attack the tiger. Yeah, shapeshifting is really... Well, it's only good if you're a druid of the moon, Saito. There's two kinds of druids you can be, a druid of the moon or a druid of the land. If you're a druid of the land, the shapeshifting is still kind of crappy. If you're a druid of the moon, you specialize in shapeshifting, and it's actually really good.
So my AC is 12, so that's gonna... Nope.
Okay. So, it tries to stab you, and as a tiger, you just bat the blade away easily with your massive paw. Doesn't hurt you at all. If the skeleton was alive, it would know fear right now. Shapeshifting is bad in most games, yeah. I think that's probably true. Okay, now then. It is back to Eel Thyra's turn. There are two skeletons remaining, one to the west, one to the north. The one to the north is brightly lit because the lamp is right next to it. The one to the west is still in darkness.
So I'm going to put Hunter's Mark on the one to the north.
Oh, nice. Is that a bonus action? I think it is, right?
It is a bonus action.
Okay, cool. So, and then you can attack without disadvantage. You could also use your D6 Bardic Inspiration die with that attack if you want. Do you want to use that? The bard inspired you. You're feeling pretty inspired by some kind of little musical ditty that it busted out. Did we lose Bagel again?
Oh, shoot, sorry. I forgot to press and hold. The press to talk.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Didn't hear you.
Yet, well, I was talking to myself for the last 2 minutes.
I always do that. Don't feel bad.
Okay. How does it work? Like, do I add the inspiration to my attack roll?
You just roll an extra 1d6, and you just add it directly to your attack roll.
Oh, okay.
Wait, I don't know what...
I don't know what I rolled.
Just roll 1d6. In Skyrim it was good, really?
I don't know what happened before then, but...
Alright, so your original roll was a 10. You just rolled a 4 on the d6, making it a 14. The 10 would have missed. The 14 hits. So because you were so inspired by the bard, your shot, which was actually a pretty poorly aimed shot, actually, just at the last moment, you corrected your aim and were able to drive the crossbow bolt home thanks to that bardic magic. So, roll your damage. Good job, Bard.
My Hunter's Mark didn't help a lot.
Well, that actually adds to the damage. So, oh, you already rolled the damage with the Hunter's Mark. I see. Okay. Oh, it only got a 1. Yeah, I see what you mean. But, hey, at least the Hunter's Mark keeps adding every time. And once this target's dead, you can switch it to a new target.
Yeah.
Alright. You did 7 to the skeleton to the north.
Yep.
Alright, your bolt manages to knock a few ribs free. But it's still standing strong. Staying where you are?
Yep.
Okay, Thuraga's turn. You've got one right in your face with a sword. Alright, if you do that, you know it's going to get an attack of opportunity against you, right? Okay. So let's try that out. Uh-oh. It got ya. So as you turn to sort of sidle away, it slashes out wildly at you and cuts you in the back. And you take 5 points of damage. So you're down to 19. Yeah, 31 hit points is a ton of hit points for a 3rd level character, so you're in good shape. You have more hit points than either of the fighters, which normally isn't what's supposed to happen. But you have amazing stats and rolled well for hit points, and they did less so. Time to return the favor, he says all dramatically, and then he misses. Price is Right, losing horn. Okay. So that was a very fire snake-like attack. You just tried some bardsmanship and it didn't work. You know, if only you would have had Kai Alchemy, you'd have pulled that off. Alright. So it's just painful, you know? You've just been cut in the back, and you try to spin around and throw a slingstone at the skeleton, but your aim is off because of this injury you just suffered. It could happen to anybody. You don't feel too bad. Alright. That's Thuraga's turn. That makes it Marlov's turn now. You're standing there with a lamp in your hand, with a skeleton right next to you.
I'd like to set the lamp down to the side, somewhere where, you know, the skeleton won't stamp on it and whatnot. Draw out the club and attack.
Alright, you can do that. This will be the one that just got hit by a crossbow bolt. That's the one that you're attacking now. You should be able to finish it off if you can hit it. You hit it. Good job. Nice maneuver. That was dumb. That was bad. Okay. You aim right for the spot where the crossbow bolt knocks some ribs free, and your club just comes crushing in there, smashing through the rest of the ribs, smashing straight through the spine of the skeleton, breaking it into 2 pieces as it falls, one to one side of you, one to the other, and it no longer moves. It's another one down. Good job. The Crusher.
I'm thinking I probably don't have a chance to pick up that lamp again and start moving toward the other one.
Nah, you can't pick up the lamp again this turn.
I didn't think so.
You could move if you want, but you'd have to leave the lamp where it is.
Nah, I'll stay where I am.
Okay. Good turn, good turn. Up next. Now, aren't you guys glad you didn't come in the room and fight all 8 of them at once?
Yes.
That was good thinking. Okay, so up next is Skeleton 2, the final one, the one that's over by Thuraga. This one's going to come charging towards you. and just manages to get you. You feel the sharp sting as the blade pierces through your studded leather armor this time. And you take 5 points of damage. You're down to 14. It hurts. Norian, it's on you.
Am I 20 feet away from this final one, or is this one right next to us?
Now, this one's pretty far away from you, because you're up by the north, and this one's over by the west. Let's see, what's the speed of a tiger? 40 or 50?
40.
You can't get to it. Because that corner of the wall thing is in your way, you can't go in a straight line towards it. You have to go around the wall. So, you can't get to it in a single move.
Okay, I'll head over that way and... well, actually, let's see. Can running leap? Is that going to help me out here? No, that's lion. Shoot. Should have been a lion. Oh, lion doesn't have dark vision. Oh well.
You can get most of the way to it.
Yeah, I'll walk over that way, and then end my turn.
Oh, that's nice. The tiger has dark vision, too. That's great. Saito says, "You're a right bastard, you pasty cad!" The skeleton responds with stony silence. The dead do not exchange insults.
The tiger says, "Roar."
Nice. Nice tiger sound. Okay. It's the ranger's turn.
Can I see the guy to the west?
You cannot see him, no. Because he's in darkness over there. But I'd say you know where he is if you want to attack with disadvantage.
I'll attack with disadvantage.
Alright, go for it.
$18.
You got him. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Or damage.
I just realized I didn't change the mark of the hunter, so I'm just... Or is it too late to do that?
I don't think it's too late. I think you can just do it as a bonus action. So you could still do it. Yeah.
Okay, I'm moving the hunter's mark from the dead body to the living one.
To the undead body. Yeah, no, it's no problem. You can use Hunter's Mark. Got a 1 on the Hunter's Mark again. Nice. But
it's proving very ineffective.
It was enough. In fact, exactly that point is what you needed to kill it. If you hadn't had that 1 point, you wouldn't have killed it.
Then I'm happy I did it.
So you fire with incredible accuracy, guided by your ranger magic. Even though you can't see your target, you hear the rewarding sound of a clatter of bones collapsing to the ground. And you know that you have defeated your foe.
Oh yeah.
You guys are kicking ass. As I spill water all over myself, like a boss. No, you'll get the XP from all the skeletons now. Let's see how much that is, as a matter of fact. It's 400. Let me make sure I'm right. Yeah, it's 400 divided by 4. I'll say divided by 4 because there's only 4 of you here now, so it's 100 apiece. Let's see, you guys are up to 1640. I'm not sure how much you need for 4th level. More than that, obviously, but I don't know how much more. For 4th level, you need 2,700, so you've got a ways to go. If you manage to complete your quest, or get any side quests and complete those, you get big bumps in XP. You can get more for role-playing and stuff, and of course you get more for more fights. And all of this XP gain carries over to the next session and the next session, no matter what players or characters are playing. So you're essentially not only advancing yourselves, you're advancing all future players as well.
Nice.
Now, there does appear to be a chest in this room.
I'm going to take a perception roll for to look around for traps around the chest. Or just around the room in general.
Alright, yeah, go ahead. You ready to stop, Saito?
Yeah, I think I'm going to call it after we resolve this chest.
Well, I mean, anybody who wants to stop can stop, and if there's not at least 3 of you that want to continue, then we're just going to stop, period. If there's 3 people that want to continue, we'll continue. Otherwise, we'll stop. But you guys can get some treasure first.
I'm good with that.
Sounds good. Yeah, because we've been going a while now.
Yeah, it's 1:40 in the morning for me. I'm out over Eastern time zone, so
Me as well.
so 15 on the perception check. So do I notice anything?
You do not.
I'll go retrieve my half an ear while they're doing that.
Looks safe to you, Thuraga. Well, your ear didn't fall off. It's just kind of hanging there. But it's mostly attached because you got magically healed.
Okay, I guess I'll take a look at the chest then, since there seems to be issues. Is that perception?
Yep.
Can I use Bardic Inspiration to do this check?
Yep. Ooh, look at you. Fortunately, you needed a 25. No, I'm just fucking with you. You don't find anything.
Nice.
It seems safe. It does seem to be locked, however. Does anyone have proficiency with thieves' tools?
I've got a tiger claw that I can smash it open.
Weaver's tools? Who is this with the Weaver's tools? That's Marlov. Nice.
Yeah, I can use a bobby pin on it.
I've got tinker's tools.
You guys also have a crowbar that was just purchased.
And a 10-foot pole.
Brewer's equipment is not going to help. So if somebody wants to try to force the chest open, go ahead and make a strength check. You just a d20, you add your strength modifier, but you can make it with advantage because you have the crowbar. And the Tinker's tools. The Tinker's tools could be helpful as well. Yeah, go ahead and roll it, Saito. With advantage. +18 strength gives you a +4. Okay, nicely done. You wrench and jerk and pull and twist and finally get the chest to pop open. And inside you find all kinds of goodies. There are a lot of coins in there. A lot of coins. As you kind of start digging through them, you see that most of them are copper. 2,300 copper, to be exact. However, they're not all copper. Some of them are silver. There are 1,100 of those. And a rare few are even gold. There are 100 that are gold. 2,300 copper, 1,100 silver, 100 gold. And that's not all. There are a bunch of other things in this chest. It's a very large chest. There's a carved wooden staff, which is very intricate. And I'll save you guys the time of asking now. None of these things I'm about to tell you about are magical. They're all just valuable items of art or value. There's a small bag of incense. There's a rabbit fur talisman. There's an iron chime. There's a fine cloth vest trimmed with leopard fur. There's a pewter scepter. And there's a pewter tiara. I don't know who would wear a tiara made of pewter. That's a little bit weird, but there's one in there anyway. And you're able to determine that all of those items I just named have a value of roughly 25 gold pieces each. That is the, if you look in the chat there, that is the total haul that you guys got out of that chest. All of those items are finely crafted enough that you think you could sell them to Razavi Khorasani.
The Great.
The Great and Magnificent, yes. Noxie wins. Good night. Good night, Boss Pie. Boss Pie says to tell Nox he wins. And I think he's leaving. He's saying good night.
Night, boss.
Yeah, so that's lots of loot, all of which will be kept for the next session. Now, the next session will be different. It'll be a totally different dungeon. It'll be a different quest. It may be different characters. You'll have the option, if you play again the next time, or the time after that, or the time after that, whenever you play again, if you play again, you will have the option of automatically playing this same character again if you wish, or you can roll randomly for a new character. It'll be your choice.
Now, you wouldn't want to finish this off in another session with, I mean, you could add people in easily enough on this same quest, I would think.
I could, but I'm not going to. Every time it's going to be different.
Fair enough.
Which means your odds of actually completing your quest are fairly low, depending on how lucky you get with where the quest location is and whether you go the right direction or not. But next time, it'll be all different.
And what's your plan on as far as what's your distribution for letting us know when next session will be?
I'm going to announce it the same way I announced this one, which is 2 places. One, there'll be a post on the Roll20 looking for group forum, as there was this time, and it will be announced on my stream channel feed. If you go to my stream and you look down below the actual stream itself, you'll see the feed of like little announcements or whatever, and it'll be announced there. Each game should be announced at least 24 hours ahead of time. Some of them I might announce a little further ahead of time than that even. So basically you just kind of have to keep your eye on those 2 places to see if you see a game coming up. I can't tell you when the next one's going to be exactly because I don't know yet.
It's amazing how little of the dungeon we discovered in 7 hours.
Oh yeah, the dungeon itself was quite large compared to the amount that you... Well, I mean, the game kind of, we had some technical difficulties and things are sort of slow still because I'm getting used to trying to run this, but...
It seemed like about 2 or 3 of that was the skeleton.
That was Saito's first D&D session. The rest of you played maybe D&D before, but maybe not that much, I don't know.
I just played on the computer, which really doesn't compare much.
Yeah, that was basically my first one.
A rift circle? I don't know what that is. Anyway, so... good times.
It was very fun.
Everything was random. I mean, not absolutely everything was completely random. Like, the merchant is an NPC that I actually came up with myself. But what the merchant had for sale, the list of its items was random. The layout of the dungeon was random. The traps were random. This quest was random. The actual encounters in the rooms or in the hallways were random. There's a lot of different things that can happen. I made a lot of random charts and stuff for this, so you can run into people in here that are non-hostile, some of which may give you new quests. You can run into traps, you can run into other weird things in the dungeon. So each time it will be different. It'll never be the same 2 times in a row.
Dumb question, but what were the shiny bones, if you're willing to tell us?
They weren't anything special. They were literally just shards of bone that had a little bit of the blood stuff from the wall on them.
Wow, we spent way too much time on that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes you'll come across strange things in the dungeon that may or may not be important, but,
But they seem important, so everybody overthinks it.
You guys only encountered 1 trap, and of course you blew it up, which was pretty great.
With my face.
You only needed a 15 to detect that trap, but nobody got a 15, and your highest passive perception in the group was only 14. Yeah, Mage Hand is very helpful. And of course, as people get to know their characters more, or whatever, you'll be able to do more stuff.
Well, I work in the morning. Well, in the afternoon. So, I think I want to get off.
Okay. Well, good times. Nice to meet you, and fun playing with you.
Thanks for hosting.
Yeah,
Thing,
thanks.
No problem.
Hope I get into another session.
Yeah, I'll do it again probably, next week. Sometime next week.
Sounds good. Have a good night, all.
Night.
Good night. Thanks for playing, Noxmoo and Saito, my faithful, regular viewers. Glad you guys decided to play. I'm sorry Boss Pie couldn't get in. We had some technical difficulties with him. Hopefully we'll figure out how to sort that out.
True.
Saito, is there any chance that you'll acquire a microphone anytime soon? Maybe. Okay. I don't really want people playing that don't have a microphone. If in your case, I'll make an exception. But I only made the exception because it was you. If it had been somebody I didn't know, I would have told them they couldn't play if they didn't have a mic. Oh, hey, Boss Pie, you're still here. How you doing? Yeah, they just kind of finished. I had fun. Let's see, I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I've been recording for 6.5 hours. So we actually started playing 6.5 hours ago. The hour before that was just getting set up with Discord and getting people their characters and stuff. Yeah, have a good night. We'll see you later. I'll be streaming tomorrow. Probably more Sunless Sea. Maybe Baldur's Gate. And then the day after that, I guess I'll do another Lone Wolf book, probably. So I can get made fun of about Do-It-On and all that.
That was hysterical.
Good night. So yeah, that is going to do it. That is it for our first session of Josiah Plays Dungeons & Dragons. Thank you for watching. This has been Josiah Plays Dungeons & Dragons.